Hey, I checked my mic. Okay, you would think at some point I would actually check the microphone before showing up. Anyways, hey everybody, we live, we here. Somebody says I didn't even know it was out yet. It shows how in the loop I am. Fun fact: the movie's not out yet, and there is already a racism controversy, which is not a good sign. But hey everybody, what's up? It's Thursday somewhere. Maybe it's not Thursday. I don't know, but it is in my heart. So we are live right here, right now. Someone said it's him. It's very me. Yeah, it's very that guy. Somebody said muted. Yeah, oops. It's okay. I fixed it though. I fixed it. Someone said whenever you get here, it's like when an artist finally enters the stage at a concert. I just need like a hype person and some pyrotechnics. Maybe not, since I'm literally in an apartment. I think that's probably the most dangerous thing imaginable. Oh Lord. Sometimes I don't know anything about this, but I'm sad to know. Yes, please take a seat. We have so many things to say. There's a lot going on here, chat, and we have a divisive topic today. Someone said your voice woke me up. Hi, welcome. Someone said I've temporarily left the bald club or joined the bald club, but I'm back in the club. Yeah, well, regardless, welcome. Actually, that's one of my small news segments today is about being bald. Someone said, please do say what you mean with this title, man. I mean that the Devil Wears Prada 2 controversy is disappointing. The Devil Wears Prada 2 racism controversy is disappointing, is what I mean with the title. If that's not cutting it, then stay tuned. By the way, if you are new to this stream and you're wondering what's going on, the first 30 minutes or so is literally exactly what you're getting now, just a yap session. Once we hit that 30-minute mark or so, that's when we'll actually get into today's topic, which is in the title. There's a lot of opinions floating around about this one, a lot of strongly worded things, but I would like to talk about it because I think we could still do that for sure. Someone said Mother Mary is a great film, fight me. I haven't watched the movie and I won't fight you, but Mother Mary's Greatest Hits is a great album. I can't stop playing Anne Hathaway's pop album. I really can't. Someone said, alas, why can't we have nice things re racism controversy? Because nobody wants to listen. That's why. It's okay though. It's okay. Someone said first live, I just wanted to say I saw your last stream replay and it was hella therapeutic and relatable. I'm glad. That's honestly why I went live. I was like, I could just sit around and feel this way by myself, which I do often, but maybe I could talk about it and somebody could get something out of it. And I felt better by the end of the stream as well, too. Someone said Michaela Cole is my favorite creative person. Michaela Cole is super dope, honestly. Someone said Anne Hathaway makes music. Yeah, chat, this is like my second or third time stealth promoting Anne Hathaway's secret pop album that I don't think anybody knows she literally just released. But as part of her upcoming / recently released film Mother Mary, in which she plays a pop star, she recorded like an entire 7-track real pop album that does exist, featuring a bunch of like heavy hitters in the collaboration and songwriting departments, and she's singing it all, and it's actually really good. If you like pop music. Oh my gosh. Reading chat. Someone says she has a voice though. She really does though. Like, I like the album. What can I say? I'm a pop music fan. I'm like, okay, fine. And if you want to be in my top listens, do what you want. Do what you want. Someone said, I'm not doing great today, but I'm happy I made it to the stream. I hope everyone is well. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're not doing great, but you know what? I'm going to try to pass these minutes as quickly as I can for you. And soon you'll be like, okay, well, I still wasn't doing great, but at least we're closer to the end of the day. That helps me sometimes. Someone said, how come I get Anne Hathaway and Anna Kendrick mixed up in my head? That's fair, dude. There's too many famous people. Too many famous Anns, too many famous Johns, Marks, Mikes, etc. It's all right. There's not a lot of famous D'Angelos, but I'm working to change that. Of course, you have your main one, which would be the late, great D'Angelo, R&B, neo-soul singer, musical icon. You have a few D'Angelos in sports. A lot of them are my age, because a lot of us were named after D'Angelo, the R&B icon. I happen not to be, but it's still a pretty great name. But don't worry, there will be more. Someone said, forgot Anne Hathaway can sing. She was in Les Mis. Of course she can. Yeah, she had pipes. That was the thing I said in my last time I talked about her, was like, I did know she could sing because obviously she does like musicals. What I didn't know is that she could do pop vocals, because that's not the exact same style, but she nailed it. And it kind of makes me think she could sing anything, low key. It's kind of like how I keep like mentally begging Hayley Williams to release an R&B album. Like every single day I wake up, and instead of praying for my own well-being, I just pray that Hayley Williams decides to release an R&B album. Every now and then she'll do similar things like reference Beyonce on a track, or fall into a groovy pocket, or collaborate on an R&B track with Moses Sumney. And I'm just like, Hayley Williams, this is not enough. You need to release an album. I want her to collaborate with like 11 million R&B artists, and also have a bunch of solo songs on there, like 15 tracks of her just killing it, because she will literally kill it, bro. I there's nothing else I want more than that. If she ever does that at any point in her career, I'll finally be maybe then I'll actually be happy. Someone said watching Hayley Williams sing R&B songs is everything. Yeah, she knows what she's doing, because she's had like a slow drip of R&B music throughout her musical career. Clearly is inspired by it. But yeah, I'm just like, okay, then drop the album. Drop the album. Someone said Victoria Monet. Put her on there too. Put Hayley Williams and Victoria Monet collaboration. I want to hear it. Someone said I would love that for Hayley. Yes, same, bruh. Someone said I get Hayley Williams and Hailey Bieber mixed up, unfortunately. That's interesting. That's funny. That's fair. Like I said, there's too many famous Anns. There's too many famous Haileys. Too many famous everyone's at this point. Someone said Hailey and Darkchild or Pharrell would be perfect. That would be crazy. That would be crazy, dog. Someone said that's when you would swear and stream. Yes. If Hayley Williams dropped an R&B track, I would just, all pretense of me being live would drop, and I'd probably sound like a sailor. I'd just be like, I'm dead. I can't. I would cry. I would literally cry. Someone said Hailey and Kehlani would eat. Hailey and Kehlani would be crazy. That would be crazy. Yeah, but that's okay, though. She has time. Long career ahead of her, and clearly does seem interested in trying multiple musical outlets. So I will remain patient. I really, really will. Someone said I really needed a D'Angelo stream today. Bruh, I really needed a D'Angelo stream today. I feel, I'm sure you can tell, I feel a lot better than I did at the beginning of my last stream. As I said on Tuesday, I literally think something was just broke. Dopamine machine broke. Something had snapped, but that's okay, because over the course of the stream I did feel like it corrected, and I felt a lot better, and I chilled a little bit yesterday. Now we're here and we're back to it, and I have all the rest of my topics planned for the rest of the week too, so I'm excited. Yeah. Someone say you seem better than last time. Yeah, absolutely better than last time, dude. It just happens sometimes. It really just happens sometimes. Like, I've got that clinical stuff, I've got that chronic stuff, that major disorder type stuff. It doesn't just like go away even when I am doing better. But that's okay though, because honestly all I want is more good days than bad days, and as long as I have those, I can get through this ridiculous farcical life of mine. So I'm happy. Someone said I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm feeling much better, thank you. Someone said, I'm so happy I didn't have class today, so I actually get to watch the stream. I'm happy you didn't have class today. This is a good stream to watch, because I feel like the energy is going to be there. And we have an interesting topic, y'all. I feel like all of my topics are interesting, but to varying degrees. Like, obviously, if I hop on here and I'm like, okay, today's topic is we're making fun of Lauren Sanchez Bezos's New York Times article, that is content we could have lived with or without, obviously. I'm just doing this because it's fun. But I think today is one of those few times where I do feel like this is an underrated discussion. I do feel like there's a lot of frustration boiling under this discussion from people who feel like they're not like being heard or being listened to. And I also feel like it is complex. And so I want to have, to the best of my ability, the full gamut of, you know, just opinions on this. I think one thing that I wouldn't even describe it as a challenge, but one thing that's interesting is like the racism controversy involved is not like racism, anti-black racism. So I'm not actually in the marginalized group of people who are talking about this, which of course these people have all kinds of opinions. Some people like this is fine, some think it's not, but I kind of want to go over it regardless, because I do feel like one common thing that I kept seeing people say was just like, people don't take this seriously. People don't take this seriously. And I kept seeing a bunch of people get told like, it's not that serious, it's not that deep. And I just feel like, even on the off chance that it wasn't that serious or that deep, I don't think that's ever going to be a response that I will be okay with. As a person on the internet, just seeing a bunch of people, in this case, like, a bunch of people of color, in this case, Chinese Americans and Asian Americans, like, saying, like, hey, we, some of us, think that this is a racist stereotype, and just seeing the vast majority of people on the internet being like, it's literally not that deep. Here's like an illogical explanation for why you're wrong about this. And I'm just like, I don't know about that, chat. Something about this conversation is really just not sitting right with me. So that's what I would like to go over today, even though you're going to get my uneducated perspective, and I will make it very clear that I don't have enough like knowledge to inherently have my own opinion about it, but I can certainly read what other people are saying with my eyes. I can do that. Someone said it's not that deep as a dog whistle. Yeah, I feel like no matter what the context is, if that is your response to somebody saying like, hey, this is a racist stereotype, it's not the right one. I don't think so. I think like even if I see things in which people are saying like something is racist against black people, and like I don't think it is, which almost never happens because I almost always agree, I still don't think I would tell that person it's not that deep. I really don't. Like, that's just me talking about myself and my community. If a black person came to me and they're like, nah, dog, this is racist, and I was really thinking to myself like, man, I just don't think it is. But I'm still not going to be like, it's not that deep and you're overthinking it. Like, that sucks to me. I don't know. What do I know? Not everything. Anything remains to be seen. Reading chat. Someone said, and people saying it's not that deep are usually the people who are being affected. Yeah, the vast majority of people who are saying it's not that deep in this conversation I've seen are people who are not in this specific marginalized group. I do also see a lot of people saying as well, though, like, oh, well, actually, I am Asian American and I don't see a problem with this. So we're going to highlight that as well. But I want to point out, like, people aren't monolithic. So multiple things will be true. Just because multiple people may fall into a group does not mean you can unilaterally apply a single mindset to every person in that group. It's just interesting. I don't know. I think like if I was earlier on in my YouTube career, I would be a little afraid to cover this because I'm like, what if I say the wrong thing? What if everyone hates me? But like, I don't care anymore. And I do think I have a good point. I think this will be overall a net positive and good video, hopefully, that people feel heard from and not just like me being performatively outraged or whatever. Someone said, I feel like racism against Asians is taken less seriously. Like, people love Freaky Friday, but that movie centered around a racist trope. You are not crazy. You're not crazy. I kept seeing that as I was doing research for this video. And by research, I literally just mean what people were saying online. And even if I did see a bunch of people saying like, well, I don't even know if it was racist per se, I saw so many people saying, I just feel like in many ways, racism against Asian people is not taken seriously. I have that verbatim. It's in my outline. We'll go over it. It kept coming up again and again and again of people being really disappointed about this. And so like, it can't be that like you just feel this way, but you're wrong. And also these people are wrong. And all these other people saying this are wrong. Like, I believe it's true because my entire video is literally going to be an example of people trying to downplay and overwrite this and correct people. And no, actually you're wrong. So yeah, it's dismissed. Which sucks. And, you know, there's only so much I can do, per se, but I feel like maybe if I just say, well, how can all these people be wrong? I think it makes more sense to listen to people, whether you agree with them or not, even though sometimes I do feel like, why are you trying to disagree with somebody's opinion that's racist? Like, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie to you. I will say this. This is a bad take. But I do believe this, specifically regarding anti-black racism. As a black person, honestly, if I tell you that something is racist, I think you should just accept it. Now listen, I don't hold people to this standard. I literally do not hold people to this standard. I don't try to apply my level of thinking to other people. But you know what? Deep down in the bottom of my heart, I literally believe that me saying something is racist is enough to mean that it's actually racist on some level. Clearly it is, or I wouldn't be thinking this. Like, I'm not crazy. I'm not delusional. I do have a brain and opinions and thoughts. And if I'm getting racism, it's probably because something is racist. I don't actually ever have to like explain it to you or make you agree with me. Is how I feel. I don't go around saying that. Someone said this is my toxic trait. This is literally my toxic. I don't go around saying that, and I don't act like that on the internet because people are gonna hate you. If you, as a black person, are going around saying like, actually, it's just racist because I said so, and I'm not interested in a discussion about this, they're gonna get really mad at you. I don't care. I don't care. But because of this, I do take the same approach with other people, where like, even if I myself am not seeing the vision, I am not going to start arguing with you. I'm never going to be like, let's say you are Chinese American in this case. You're explaining to me like, I think they were doing a racist stereotype here. I'm not going to be like, nah, I don't believe you. Like, that would be logically inconsistent for me personally. But it is what it is, dog. We're going to go over all of it. But anyways, that's for legal reasons. That was a joke, except for the part where it wasn't. Someone said, but also as a person of color, it's not your responsibility to explain my own choices. I feel that way too as a black person. Like, dude, dog, sometimes I do get tired. I do get tired. And I'm just like, because the main people that I would want to convey this message to are not listening. I do think, like, I've had things brought to my attention before that are like, hey, these are stereotypes, or maybe this is ableist, or this thing that you did is sexist or whatever. And because I'm just me not wanting to be these things, it's useful information to tell me this. I will be like, oh, snap, okay. And I'm going to try to adapt from there and move forward. But I think the vast majority of people who I would want to explain like, hey, this is racist or whatever. Yes, I may have some people in my audience who maybe didn't know that and they think about it differently and they're like, okay, I see that. But that is the minority compared to the average person who's just going to watch this and be like, no, it isn't. Y'all get mad over everything. And I'm just like, dog, why are we still here? Just to suffer? But that's okay though, because I would also never stop. I don't get tired of it. I really don't. I truly do not. It's no. Someone said I'm white, so I can't relate in a racial context, but I feel that way about sexism. I think that's valid. I get it. No, like, honestly, I agree. As a man, I do typically, I'm just gonna be honest. If somebody tells me that something is sexist against women, this is misogynist, as a dude, I fight. I try to kill that part of me that's like, no, it's not. Now, I hate to say this. Look, there's no reason to be performative. If I was going to be performative, I'd be like, and I always believe it every single time. It's no. I was raised as a man in a patriarchal society. There's like this really annoying cringe part of me that I just wish would die. That anytime I hear something is like actually misogynist or whatever, everything within me, like 18 years, is like, no, it's not. Nowadays, I just set that aside and I'm just like, can you just shut up? Because literally no one likes you. I don't like you. Nobody around me likes you. And then I try to listen to what people are actually saying. But I think what happens is people don't get beyond that initial, no, it's not, because they think literally that is their actual like brain or opinions or feelings. But for me, I feel like it's mostly just social conditioning to not listen to people when they tell me that I could potentially be contributing to harmful systems. So yeah, it's literally every single day. It's every single day that I just have to wake up like and try to stop being an idiot. Just because there's an idiot that lives within me. He was present for longer than me, and we're all the same dude at the end of the day. So what can I really say? It's annoying, it's cringe, it's bad. But yeah, I feel like people don't talk about that because that sounds pretty bad, right? If I say like, oh, somebody said that this thing is misogynist, that's a dude, I'm like, is it though? You gotta kill that is it though part of you. You really do. It's not useful, it's not serving you. And it might not even be like you in the traditional sense, but it is what it is. Who is ever going to listen? Who is ever going to listen to me if I said that? Nobody. It's okay. It's okay. Someone said, I mean, all kinds of bigotry is systemic. It really is. I just wish I was born a blank slate and I didn't even have to try to be a good person. I think that's the part that sucks, is like you have to actively do it because you're working against a lot of conditioning that would actually make you not a good person. And it's cringe. It's bad. Someone said, bro, just listen to marginalized people. Literally do. It's not that hard. Whatever your like feelings are, they don't matter. Also, I'm not going to lie to you. A lot of people are just excited about this movie. They're just happy that there's a new sequel to a movie that means a lot to them from 20 years ago, and their nostalgia is clouding their brain. And so they're like, well, we can't listen. We can't possibly listen to people saying part of this movie could be bad. And I think that's fueling a lot of it. In general, I do think there's a lot of cognitive dissonance, even among people who can be very progressive about most things. When it comes to things that they like, they can be a lot slower to criticize them, or like less likely to apply the same standards that they would to other things that are more obviously bad. And that's something I have to work against every day, for sure. Just remaining like logically consistent. If we had switched out various parts of the story, would I still be saying the same thing, even if I really liked the thing that we're talking about? That's not easy to do either, but it is what it is. Reading chat. Someone said, is it actually 20 years old? It really is, though. It really, really is. Someone said, I'm Asian, and I think even if I didn't see the stereotyping at first and don't fully feel personally offended by it, it doesn't mean other people's feelings don't matter. Okay, delete that, because you literally just summed up my entire... We haven't even started streaming yet, and that's basically what I was going to say, as someone who's not Asian American. And so, of course, I wasn't like offended, but I am working to see what people are saying. I don't think any one person's opinion on this completely invalidates multiple people saying that it made them feel a certain way, or that it felt racist to them, or this, that, the other. Like, I don't know. I just don't want to be on an internet where that's like the common response to people talking about problems. But I have no idea why. I'm getting ahead of myself. As you can tell, I am actually excited to talk about this. Someone said, I've been trying to be more consistent with my morals and like the anime I watch and the music I listen to. Yeah, it's not easy being morally consistent. It's not easy. It is what it is. Oh man. Someone said opinions on that TikTok girl that said she isn't a feminist. Chat, is this somebody? I don't know who you're referring to, because I'm not like on TikTok proper, as in just watching things on my For You page and seeing what people are talking about. But is this somebody that we shouldn't be paying attention to? Does this person even have a platform? Is this some random person? She says she's not a feminist. I mean, that's certainly her prerogative. Someone said, anyway, Kehlani's new album eats. It does, though. I haven't even finished it because I've just been listening to it bit by bit because it's so rich. Someone said, are we talking about Andy's assistant? Yes, we are. In approximately 2.5 minutes, we will shift into a dedicated discussion about today's topic. Someone said, I'm not a feminist. I can actually cook, girl. Did someone say that? What? Okay. I shouldn't be Googling this because it sounds to me like you're saying, hey, D'Angelo, have you heard of this thing that is really like bad and dumb? It's going to waste your time. And I'm like, no, looks it up. But technically, I do the same thing in all of my streams. I'm not a feminist. I can actually cook. What does that mean? What does that mean, chat? I don't know who you're talking about, chat. I don't know which person you're referring to. Is it this person? Is it this person?
I can actually cook.
Is she joking?
I'm a feminist. Watch me cook.
I don't know. I can't answer the question, but there's probably not enough meat and potatoes here. Someone said that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I don't even really 100% understand what being a feminist has to do with being able to cook. I'm not sure about that, dog. I'm really not. Someone said that's her. Okay, well, my opinion. What are you talking about? You know what? Let's pull it back up. Hold on. Let's pull it back up.
I'm not a feminist.
So it's her right there. I don't know how to find the original. I just want to know. Is it Lily Kate? Is that her name? Yeah, here she is. Maybe? Okay. This is like an old clip, seemingly. Yeah, this is from like literally years ago. So is it going viral again? I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, chat. That's just silly. Look, I think both of those things are good things to know how to do. be a feminist and know how to cook. Because I think cooking, even outside of a gendered context, is a really, really, really useful skill that actually I think more people should have. When I was a kid, I often would just straight up have to make dinner for everybody. Have you ever had to make dinner for everybody? I know I did, and I did pretty great. Actually, I would make breakfast, I feel like, more than dinner a lot of times, but I would do dinner. We're talking casseroles. I would whip up like homemade pizza. I was pretty good with baking, so we're getting a lot of like muffins, all kinds of muffins, like ones that were actually savory. I would whip up some sweet muffins. I would make a lot of desserts as well, and I can cook a pot of rice without messing it up. I can cook noodles to a proper consistency. By proper, I mean the consistency I like. I can certainly follow any recipe. Like, there are only a few things that I could cook without a recipe, like really basic things like rice and beans and stuff. But like, give me a recipe and I can follow instructions. I think everybody should know how to cook. All of y'all. And also, everyone should be a feminist, obviously. Just as a person who exists, you should want equal rights for everyone, which includes you. Even if you're a man. Someone said cooking is a survival skill, man. Yeah, I think cooking is very important. Very important. Someone said it's Kate Baker. She was on her own podcast wearing pants saying she isn't a feminist. Well, shout that person out, chat. That's interesting. Reading. Someone said, I'm an NB with all the hobbies and interests of a trad wife. I feel cursed. Well, the thing is, though, whoa, hold on. I don't know if I'm qualified to say this. So if this sounds heinously out of touch coming from me, correct me. But there's nothing wrong with... There's nothing wrong with enjoying cooking or any other stereotypically trad wife associated hobbies as what this person's not binary, but like as a woman or anything like that. The point is really that no one should have to do these things. Honestly, if you're really into cooking and stuff and all these other like activities that are typically associated with like a homemaking role, nobody should be shaming you for this. If that's like fulfilling, obviously. That's how I think. I think that's where we are. I think that's correct. Someone said, who's not cooking in this economy? Yeah. No, the issue comes when it's like, okay, because of your gender, you should be. That's when you failed right there. That's when it failed. Or like, even if it's like because of your gender, you should know how to cook. I do believe, as I said, that everybody should know how to cook. But if I was like, well, I think women should know how to cook. Okay, that's when we're getting into the actual trad wifery of it all. But yeah, no, you could like cook, clean. What do they do? I don't watch trad wife content at all. I don't know. Raise kids. Raising kids is awesome if that's what you want to do. For real, for real. Sometimes I love washing dishes. Clean the house. Literally, like, you should do what you want to do without being made to feel like these are things you have to do or coerced to do so in any way. And it doesn't matter what those things wind up manifesting as, I think. So I just get scared talking about these things because I'm like, dude, a dude sitting behind a microphone, a short SM7B explaining how women work is never a good idea, but that's how I think about it. Someone said, get mad at husband. That's a perfectly valid pastime. It doesn't make you a child wife. Like, I also, like, if I was with somebody, or if I was with a woman, I wouldn't expect her to cook, ever. Actually, the way I see it is like, this isn't even me trying to be progressive. It just makes more logical sense. But like, I've literally always believed that if you, as an adult, want to eat, then that's pretty much your problem. Except I am actually happy to cook and or provide food for other people myself. I'm not somebody who's like, okay, you're telling me you're hungry and I can actually help you. I'm not going to, because I don't have any sort of empathy. It's more so just like, as long as you do realize on some level that the responsibility for you eating and living another day is completely yours, and I have absolutely no built-in responsibility to care for your physical well-being because you're like a grown-up and hello, if I wasn't here, you should still know how to cook and feed yourself. I apply that to my partner as well. So similarly, let's say I had a wife. I don't think that's going to happen. I would think to myself, like, well, I should still know how to get through a 24-hour period and having eaten, cleaned up behind myself, and done all these other things without thinking it's somebody else's responsibility. I don't even think that that's woke. I just think that that's sane. I just think that that's sane. But I don't know. It is what it is. Someone said I've also never viewed cooking through a gendered lens. Me neither. It's hard to do when like I was a little boy, like I was 10 making dinner and breakfast for everyone. I wasn't thinking like, oh no, they got me doing the girls' work. You know, when I was 12 washing the dishes because we took turns. We had a bunch of siblings. Like, I don't know. It's not in my mind. A gendered activity, but unfortunately society is not that simple, obviously. So I'm not saying these things have nothing to do with that, but I'm just saying if it was me and you, I would just be like, well, if you don't want to cook, I would eat something else. If you want to cook for me, please do it. I love food and I love not having to work. I'm gonna be honest with you, but that's a privilege, and so I will live honestly. Someone said most people have to cook to stay alive. Yeah, literally. Someone said my dad was the cook in my home. Mom's not really into it. See, yeah, like what is weird about that? Literally, I would love someone to explain how that is odd. Obviously, I don't think anybody in this chat thinks that that's weird, but a lot of people would. They really would. Someone said at home it was always my dad doing the cooking. I never saw his woman's work. What we really have to do is take all these ideas of things that are seen as women's work and just reframe them as like basic skills. Cooking, cleaning, things that all humans should know how to do within their ability, and then I think we would have a lot less weird things going on. By the way, I have the meme of the day. I had the meme of the day. This is today's meme. The point I'm trying to make versus the way I explain it. And here you have this easy, simple two-way road versus this absurdly convoluted superhighway structure, multi-layered dystopian nightmare is usually how my stories come across. So I thought that this was a pretty good meme of the day. I think almost anybody can relate to this, no matter who you are. I know I do, and neurodivergence doesn't help. Someone said peak ADHD meme. Yes, exactly. I think anybody can relate to this, but especially my neurodivergent peeps in the chat. This is life right here. I'll give you 5 seconds. You got 5 seconds to screenshot this if you want it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Someone said it'd be like that. It gets to a point. It really gets to a point. Okay, anyways, moving on from that. Someone said I feel seen. I feel seen, dog. I feel seen. All right. Clap. Clap. It's time to get started. I'm gonna start recording. I'm drinking water. Everybody start saying hi. Someone said I guarantee the highways in Texas. God, do not remind me of the highways in Texas. The highways in San Antonio, I hate driving them so much. I really do. I hate the way San Antonio is designed so bad. Okay, if you can hear my water like squeaking, ignore that. That wasn't my heart and that wasn't my intention, and I was a different person. The Devil Wears Prada 2 is upon us, sequel to a long-awaited sequel to a Hollywood classic at this point, but unfortunately it's arrived with a bit of its own controversy, which in the way of internet things has now turned into a massive debate over this is racist. No, actually, this is not racist. No, actually, yes, it is. So I thought it would be a good idea to kind of look at this from a bunch of angles today and see what people are saying, why they're saying it, and how personally I view this as just self-fulfilling prophecy. This literally always happens anytime there's any sort of racism controversy. Bonus points if it's attached to an actually beloved franchise. Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Okay, that's it. No more highs. I'm gonna drink some more water. Why am I so happy? Like, I know that's a crazy thing to say after I just said racism 50 times, but what I mean is like I don't understand how I can feel this way on a Thursday. But just on Tuesday, I literally felt like the world was ending. I don't understand it. I'll never understand it. Someone said that was good. Wait. No, I kind of ate that intro down. And I feel like in general, my intros have been getting better. All right. Anyways. Actually, yeah, before I start, I just want to say, like, I just want to say, like, thank you, seriously, if you happen to be here during the last stream, or if you even caught a little part of it, or, like, I don't know, watched it after or whatever, or if you just waited until this stream, until I came back with a normal topic, I really do appreciate it, because I feel like, you know, chat, a large part of the reason why I wound up having to take so many breaks is because I would artificially try to stabilize my mood as a mentally ill person. I would try to force myself to be okay every single day, when the truth of the matter is some days I am okay and some days I'm not. And I never actually knew how to, like, I don't know. So I would always hit a point where I crashed and burned, because I'm like, I cannot keep, like, powering through this. But I feel like nowadays it's a lot easier for me to just maybe do a stream and be like, hey, maybe there's a topic, or maybe I'm just talking vaguely about things that are dissatisfying, and I don't feel like I'm, like, alienating people, which I'm really grateful for, because it's very, like, it's very antithetical. Someone said, I feel that. I think a lot of us here do. Well, it's very antithetical to, like, just the way my brain actually works, and that's the case for a lot of people. Also, it's a massive privilege, which is why I say thank you so often. I know sometimes I do sound like a broken record, but, like, you can't really do this in other places. I would fail my other jobs so badly, so bad. But, like, I don't fail this one, because the people who ultimately I low-key answer to are actually kind of understanding of me as a human, which is not usually how jobs work. So thank you. Anyways, let's get back into the topic. Someone says, so real, me too. Yeah, I thought the last stream was great. I thought the last stream was great. Look, we can't be doing that every week. We can't be doing that multiple times a month, but maybe every so often we'll do it and we'll be okay. All right. Anyways, listen. So I have to I have to admit my bias from the beginning. I love The Devil Wears Prada. This is one of the first movies I remember watching as a kid, and I think it was over for me ever since then. In fact, when I was a child, I had, like, the craziest crush on Anne Hathaway. This isn't relevant information. I'm just self-reporting. So I really love, like, The Princess Diaries, The Devil Wears Prada, etc. I was watching all these movies that were very, like, princessy or girly, high fashion, as, like, a 4, 5, 6-year-old with no concept of gender. And now, look what happened. Little do they know there is an agenda, and it does work. I think this movie saved me from being boring. Anyways, that being said, though, it came out a long time ago. Let's see. The Devil Wears Prada release date. I always forget the exact release date. 2006. Yeah, it has literally been 20 solid years since this movie first hit the screens, became, like, a massive cultural moment, etc. Let's see. And uh-oh. We already, I just started the stream and my outline is acting weird. Okay, I fixed it. That is why you can imagine people, including me, yes, were quite excited, even though this is completely unnecessary, at the release, or at the announcement of The Devil Wears Prada 2, in which they pretty much got the original cast back. Now, listen, I'm a hypocrite. I don't like remakes. I don't like sequels after 20 years. I find them unnecessary, but that, like, 5-year-old kid actually thinks maybe this will be a cool thing. I wasn't 5 when this movie came out. I would have been, like, 8. That 8-year-old kid who just never really left my brain thinks that maybe, possibly, I could have fun watching this movie. And so I'm not ashamed to say it, even if I still would vastly prefer original films. All right. Someone said Tucci. Yes. Someone said the fat shaming in this was kind of wild, though. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let's talk about that, though. That being said, with this being a 2006 movie about the fashion industry, it's definitely a product of its time. So, know that going into it, if you so choose. All right. Someone said I wasn't even alive. Anyway, as part of the promo for this movie, the cast went on this massive press tour, actually like an international press tour. And notably, part of this was like an Asian leg of this press tour where they went to Shanghai and all these other places, took all of these glamorous photos in support of the movie, etc. I'm bringing this up because it's actually going to come up later about films wanting to profit off of multiple markets, etc. All right, let's see. But maybe later. All right, I had to click maybe later to the cookies. They're always like, do you want to accept the cookies? And I'm like, no, or yes. You can imagine it's not maybe a great look to go on this Asian tour and then get hit with backlash against blatant Asian stereotype in The Devil Wears Prada 2, says The Guardian just a few days ago. A social media clip released before the film hit cinemas, which introduces the new character, Jin Chao, has been greeted with furious reactions online. So, first thing I'm going to say, I am not Asian American. I'm not Chinese American. I'd just be black as hell. Even though you can be both, which is very fun. But I am going to go off of what other people are saying about this, because you're getting, seeing as how people are not a monolith, a great deal of opinions about this. And I don't really think it's my job to say this one is more valid than these other ones. But you know what? A lot of people speaking about this are kind of getting talked over, ignored, swept under the rug, and convinced that they're crazy. And that part, I don't like. I really don't like it. Someone said, what in the Harry Potter name is that? Yeah, we'll get to that. So, let's see. Someone says shout out Blasians. Dude, shout out Blasians for real. Like, on God. I know that sounds stupid, but I'm being for real. I love that you could literally be anything. That's the thing. It's like, you could be black and you could be Asian, or you could be both, or neither. It's great. Diversity is great. We trying to rail against DEI like it's the worst thing ever. But I'm just like, isn't that great though? Isn't that neat? Who knows? All right. So before I tell you, wait, let me turn the volume up so y'all can actually hear what's going on here. All right. Before I tell you what the actual before I show you what people are saying, I'm just going to play the clip for you. It's actually pretty short. They posted, 20th Century Fox posted on Twitter, the former assistant's new assistant. Watch a new clip from The Devil Wears Prada. All right. Gonna put my headphones on so I can actually hear this. And I'm gonna fix my audio because I know that you've been hearing it, but I can't because it's not outputting, or it's not monitoring. Okay.
So I'm going to rep the art department.
You like?
Very much.
Are you Andy?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jin Chao. I'm your new assistant.
Oh, I was wondering about that. Nice to meet you.
I was an intern this morning, but when a desk opens up, the interns get a chance to interview. And guess what? Nobody wanted to work in your department because it's not actual fashion. So I just got it. Isn't that cool?
Okay, before we finish the clip, if you don't know anything about this movie and you're like, what is going on? You're getting a sort of parallel situation here because 20 years ago in the first film, Anne Hathaway's character, Andy, on the right here, was actually kind of in this character's position of being like the sort of awkward, potentially out of place, newest entry into the world of high fashion. Was that a decent explanation? I feel like just watch the movie if you haven't watched it, and then all of this will make more sense.
Barry, you don't want me.
No, I didn't say that.
If you don't want me, you can interview someone else. That's totally fine. I did go to Yale, 3.86 GPA, lead soprano of the Whiff and Poofs, and my ACT score was 36 on the very first try, but...
No, you seem great. I'm happy to have you.
Great, okay.
So that was the clip. We've only got 38 seconds of footage, but as you see, there was certainly enough there to go off of for many people. Somebody said this is bad. Yeah, a lot of people thought it was. Now, let's see. Hold on. Let me move to my next. Since we're here on Twitter, just scroll down a little bit and show you what I don't think that's a good idea. So instead, let's kind of go back to this Guardian article, and I'll give you a more curated look at some opinions that I've pulled. Okay. So it says the criticism appears to center on a number of different elements. The characters wearing dowdy clothes and glasses in contrast to other characters visible in the clip, leading to claims that the filmmakers are using an outdated stereotype. Her recital of her academic achievements, I did go to Yale, 3.86 GPA, etc., triggered claims that the character played into the Asian stereotype of the nerdy bookworm. Other social media posts have taken aim at the character's name, some even saying it sounds uncomfortably close to a racist slur. The Guardian has contacted the film's representatives for comment. What is not represented in this article is there were also a lot of people saying that, you know what? I don't really see it. Here, I'll give you an example. Okay. There's a lot of these comments as well saying like, people are entitled to their thoughts and opinions. As an Asian person, I find the issue raised with her name to be a stretch, but that's just me. There are a lot worse things going on in the world right now, etc. So, a diverse range of opinions. I would very much not like to flatten every Asian or Asian American person into one singular voice, because I don't think that's going to be a productive conversation. Are y'all saying y'all can't hear? Hold on. Let's see. Refresh the page. Refresh the page. If you cannot hear, refresh it. Refresh it. I can't fix it. Sorry. I can't fix it. There's nothing more that I want to do beyond fixing it. I refreshed and now I can hear. Okay, great. Okay, great. It happens. I feel like this happens like once every stream, or at least once every couple streams, where like for some reason, almost every single viewer just totally loses track of audio. And it doesn't get fixed until they refresh, which is clearly a YouTube problem. Someone said YouTube is out to get you. I know. Someone said lip piercings look majestic. Thank you. I got them downsized recently, finally, because it was the right time and they're healing better and the swelling stopped. And I love them so much. Someone said, D'Angelo, were you silent or were you silenced? Which is my favorite Oprah quote of all time. Absolutely. Anyways, reading chat. Someone said first impression is bad. I'm gonna put this in the video. Someone said first impression is bad, but do they develop the character? At this point, we don't know. Because again, the movie is not out. However, these are some of the responses that you were seeing to it. So I literally looked around because I was curious. And here's one Chinese American person sharing her perspective. All right, there you go. I want to show you this not just because I think it's a valid perspective, but also because I really want y'all to see how people are reacting to this. It's kind of heinous, I won't lie. Reacting to her specifically.
Not watching The Devil Wears Prada too, even though originally I was actually super excited about it. And the reason starts with the R word. See, had this happened.
The R word. Racism, in this case.
The first movie, I would probably turn a blind eye to it because I'm like, okay, microaggression towards Asian people is kind of normal at that time. But microaggression in 2026 in mainstream media? yeah, I'm not gonna turn a blind this time. And what I think is so crazy is they went on tour in Asia. This was heavily promoted in China on Xiaohongshu, and there were so many events regarding it. But you guys somehow thought putting a stereotypical Asian girl in there, who, mind you, does not look like she belongs in high fashion. She's insecure, and the only thing she has to show is her high GPA Ivy League degree. Interesting. Y'all want our money, but you only want to put stereotypical type of us? Oh, that's crazy. And if you have
A lot of people. This is such an interesting discussion, and I feel more like a moderator or somebody who is just on the outside of this. I think that just because this was not everybody's reaction to this, a lot of the conversation right now is that people like this who were saying, actually, I do kind of have an issue with this. They keep getting hit with, it's not that serious. Actually, you're overthinking this. It's just a parallel from the first movie. Yes, this happens to be maybe a stereotype, but also people can be this way. So obviously this can't really be racism. Here, I'm going to pull some of these clips for you. Someone said, so there's a character that's meant to be how Andy, Anne Hathaway's character, was in the first movie. I think you might be thinking about this a little too hard because respectfully, it just seems like an homage to the first movie. And we all know she's going to get some transformation by the end, which is fine, I guess, as a response. But let's just keep listening because it's not really just one person going off online, right?
haven't seen the trailer, may I mention that her name, I think it was like Chen Chao, like I'm sorry, but that sounds crazy. Chen Chao. That sounds like a racial slur, low key. Like, I kid you not, when I heard that, I like pushed back the YouTube trailer. I was like, let me hear that again. Did I hear that right? I literally took a double take. I mean, it's nothing new to use like the Asian character as like the sidekick of the main character to make the main character look good. Like, I've seen that growing up. That's fine. But I thought we're past that. I really did. Like, when you guys were thinking to do all the promo and stuff, you want our money, but you wanted to feed us shit like this. Like, come on, be consistent with it. At least pretend a little bit. You guys keep asking which...
I think, like, even if I'm not part of the culture, maybe I'm not educated enough to immediately see what she was saying without her explaining it. This just does still sound so similar to things that I try to explain to people. Like, hey, sometimes racism could be right in front of you. And like, it doesn't really look that crazy to anybody else except maybe me. And so that's kind of where I'm sitting right here of like, I definitely hear all the people saying maybe there's nothing wrong with this at all, but I don't believe that people who do see something wrong with this need to get consistently shut down and told that it's not that deep. By the way, it just goes on and on. Like, someone saying it's not that serious, lol. Someone saying stereotypical racism is that serious, but okay. Let's see. Trying to pull this other one as well. Okay. Somebody saying like, people are not ready to talk about how underrepresented Asian representation is in the acting industry and how there should be more Asian lead roles rather than stereotypical Asian side characters. I feel like there's a pretty big difference between saying I disagree with the presentation of this, even though, as you can see from this comment and what this TikToker was saying, that there maybe are valid things to discuss here, and just saying, actually, it's not that deep and you're overthinking it. Someone said some don't see it, but aware people see it. Yeah, there's maybe nothing even wrong with not seeing it, but... Reading chat. Someone said when people say it's not that serious, it's giving, we know it's racist, but we still don't care. Very much that. I'm pulling another comment right here. Everyone crying about racism when there is no racism, says Brandon. Thank you for that comment, Brandon. Very, very, very insightful. Your perspective in this matter is greatly appreciated. I can't imagine what this conversation would have been without Brandon's input. Anyways, and he says, everyone's crying about racism when there is no racism. But then this person says, I'm confused why people... Oh, wait, I just realized my camera is like uneven. Hold on, I'm gonna try to fix it. Okay, I fixed it. I'm confused why people are mad that you aren't going to support something that disrespects you. But then this person says, isn't this just a throwback to Andy in the first movie? Y'all be so for real. Somebody else saying that is just racism at this point. Like, I'm getting tired by proxy. I'm not even the one trying to tell people what's happening here. And yet I find myself just encountering the same wall that goes up anytime anybody suggests we should maybe have a deeper conversation about things that are happening or the things that we're consuming. Also, let's address like the elephant in the room. Yes, this new character, Jen Chow, is obviously a reference. She's obviously a foil to how Andy was in the first movie. And that probably was the intention. But I definitely don't think that means it's not possible for racism to play any sort of means or to play any sort of role into the portrayal of this character. Someone said not understanding is one thing, not listening is another. Yeah, I'm getting thrown off by this because I feel like we're really trying to normalize everybody shut up and stop bringing up problems with this. Someone said my initial reaction is that's icky, but that could also be how someone is. Yeah, ultimately, I would like to say, put this in the video, like, there's nothing wrong with dressing in like a kind of, how would I describe that? How do I describe that without me sounding like I'm bad? There's nothing wrong with dressing in a non-high fashion way and being a little nerdy, kind of just freaking out and listing your academic achievements. But at the same time, like, this is the part where actually if I need you to stop me if I'm barking up the wrong tree. But like, hold on, somebody mentioned her name and I'm going to come back to it in a second. Actually, someone said, I hear her, but even me that has an ethnic name I'm proud of, calling a traditional name racist in of itself is weird to me. That's another part of the elephants in the room, that like Jen Chow is a name that people have. All of these things could be true and real. I think the thing is just an Asian character showing up and within 40 seconds instantly establishing that she has like no sort of riz is out of place in this room full of, if we're being honest, white people, is completely socially unaware, but probably got to where she is through like really high academic achievement, and at one point just freaks out and starts listing her school days. Like, it does I feel like to see all of those things and then just tell somebody, well, it's not a stereotype, doesn't even make sense to me. I understand the crux of what people are saying, obviously, even if that wasn't the intention. Reading chat. Someone said, I agree, it's such a tired character type as well. Yeah, but yeah, I want to say very strongly, though, to all the Jen Chows of the world, I don't really see people's complaints about this as actually railing against anybody who might actually be like this in real life. It's more so just like representation and portrayal is still a choice that's made at the end of the day. Who is making these choices and what choices are they making? And is it a lot of times always the same choice? Someone says whether someone like her exists or not. Exactly. It would not be the Jen Chows of the world's fault in this case, is what I think. Again, I'm very open to criticism or additional input for this specific topic. Someone says, shout out the Jen Chows of the world. Literally. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to pull open this. And I will say, though, regardless of the nuance of what is or is not offensive, I think seeing comments like this just make me a little bit sad. Comments made me realize I forgot how undermined racism against Asians are by all other races. Literally disappointing, but a reality check. This sucks. This person is correct. They're not crazy. I think that this is really big pushback against like, oh my gosh, I'm exhausted, I'm tired, everybody complaining about this is crazy. And then you have this undercurrent of people saying, oh no, this seems like another example of us trying to tell you something and just essentially getting shut down. And like, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right to me at all. So I would just like to platform this and say, hey, maybe if your behavior is playing into this, stop it. Because you could literally still express your opinion without actually doing that. Reading chat, reading chat. Someone said it sucks. Someone said it feels like they can't be innovative in the entertainment industry. I will say that too. Despite the verbiage of this Guardian article, saying it's been greeted with furious reactions online, I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't see a bunch of furious people talking about this. I actually saw a lot of Asian people saying it's just kind of played out, especially in 2026. So I also do feel like, are we doing the all these people are angry trope? I mean, I know that some people are actually mad, like genuinely upset about this, which they're within their right to be, but it still felt like a very clear explanation of the problem and not just some sort of blind or some sort of like untargeted internet rage. Someone said they're definitely gonna have the stereotypical gay character. Someone said they're rage baiting us. Ugh. The entertainment industry has definitely lost their innovation. Yeah. Someone said, I've seen more outrage over the color grading in this movie than the stereotypes. Yeah, exactly. Furious is a crazy word to use in this title. I'm just going to be honest at The Guardian because I didn't see any furious people, I guess. Okay, so hold on. We talked about undermining racism, thinking about this too hard. Race. Oh, okay. I have two more comments. If I could kind of explain, like, maybe why I'm talking about this, even though, as you see, I don't have too much to provide from a cultural angle. I like this comment a lot. No, let's talk about how people are able to call out what feels racist to them, but it's like anytime someone Asian does, it's quote unquote not that serious. If we want a space where people can call that out, then we have to be there for people who see something as racist. Sure, later they can be wrong, but we shouldn't automatically say they're wrong. I think that bothers me too, because like literally everybody who's saying this is a problem could be right. It is possible that you watch the movie and it gets even worse and you're just like, oh no. Like, I don't know why we should assume baseline that they all must be wrong as opposed to they could be right about this. It's just very odd. And then the last one I have, there's more to talk about, but the last one I have in this specific conversation is this person saying like, I agree. I say the same thing when they do it to us Latinos. Like, why are you only casting us to be housekeepers, mechanics, and drug dealers? Like, are you for real? I am not Latino, but I feel the same way. I feel the same way about certain kinds of representation. Your queer characters, your non-binary characters, your black characters. I'm just like, y'all like, there is this way, and you can't tell people they're wrong about this. There is this way of doing representation in Hollywood and in the industry that seems like, yes, we're giving so many opportunities now to previously underrepresented people, but you are literally giving us the same 5 roles. The same 5 roles. I think about that so often when I'm just watching something. I see a non-binary character and I'm just like, oh, I love my MBs, but I know that this is going to be one of the same like 2 ways that this character manifests. Or like give me like a nerdy black dude in a show and I'm just like, well, I'm sure I know what we're gonna get here, and then womp womp, we do. So I just feel like even I understand what people are saying, even if I'm not offended because I'm not in the group. Like I think it would be really weird for me to use my platform and say, actually, I think these people are overreacting, but what do you know? Reading chat. Someone said token side friend. Oh, tokenism is going to come up. Okay. Pulling this up. All right. So then you also have a lot of conversations about this from people who are not Asian or Chinese or anything. And the comment sections there are actually like much worse, much more dismissive. And I pulled this because it pretty much shows how this same conversation goes every time. For those of you who don't know, honestly, every single conversation on the internet is circular and just repeats in the loop across every single social media platform. You only ever need one. Isn't she just meant to be a parallel to how Anne's character was in the first place, or in the first movie? I think they're reading too much into it if we're judging by the one clip. Also, who... Hold on, I gotta... y'all know I gotta do the thing. Thank you for that, Adam. thank you, Adam, for your contribution that they are reading too much into it. Incredibly useful information. Okay, anyways, this person says, thank you, white boy, for telling us Asians how to feel. And then this person says, it's not parallel. Someone says it's an exact parallel. Someone says most of the whiners are overseas. Most Asian Americans like myself are like whatevs. Someone's saying don't knock other Asians' opinions just because you're an American doormat. And someone says, are you saying Asian characters can't be smart in media? Because that's racist. Okay. I would like to at least engage with that one. That is honestly such a bad faith reading of the criticism against this movie, dog. Do we really think that this TikToker made this video because she's saying that Asian people are incapable of being smart? No. I think when you hit that point in the conversation, you have to know that you are quite literally, you're not even trying to engage in good faith with what people are saying. But anyways, pulling this other one. Someone said, I think I missed this, but do you identify as non-binary? I do. I am a non-binary man who uses he, him pronouns. Another thing, someone said those kinds of comments have been made 10 million times by now. It's so annoying. Literally, it's the same conversation every single time, no matter what you're talking about. Another thing that I'm seeing for a lot of people who don't want to seem dismissive, obviously, is them just kind of saying, well, you know what? I'm just tired. I see a lot of like, this is so exhausting. People are so bored. There are bigger things to worry about, etc. It says right here, people are bored. People are tired of the same stereotypes, replies this person. Was it hard to just rename her or change her background? No, this is like a textbook stereotype Asian character. But this person says, I'm Chinese and I found this stupid fake outrage argument exhausting. You Americans are weird, upset over the dumbest things. Here in China, we get things done. Okay, now I'm catching strays. But you know what? Americans are weird, so I'll take it. No, you tolerate and perpetuate racism because you're too lazy to fix it, says this person. And I do think that low-key, this laziness argument is kind of a good one. I don't talk about this a lot, but I see a lot of capitulation when it comes to people trying to discuss things that may be problematic. If it takes too long to actually explain why something is bad, instead of doing the work to understand or reframe their thinking, a lot of people will just throw their hands up and be like, well, you know what? Everyone's just mad about everything. It's very whiny. It's very, very weird. I encounter this a lot. Sorry, I know I keep talking about being black. This is all I got, chat. I encounter this a lot when I try to talk about things that are like very, to me, obvious cases of like racism and stuff. I get met with, well, what do you want me to do about it? I'm tired. The world is so bad. And I'm just like, okay. Okay. What do you want me to do about that? Someone said, why do people try to avoid having a conversation about racism? I mean, this is scared all the time. Yeah, this avoidance of engaging with the idea that this could potentially be bad. That stands out to me a lot from this conversation, whether you think it is or not, because I'm not trying to force you to believe one thing or the other. Someone said, D'Angelo teaches me new words every day. Reading chat. Someone said, like, those times people forget to log out of their real account before posting up Chinese. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it doesn't help that online people will literally say, well, I am Chinese and I don't have a problem with this, while absolutely not being so. But actually, there are also just a lot of Chinese people or Asian Americans or anybody who may be in affected groups saying that they don't have a problem with this. And they're still valid to that, or they're still valid for that. Reading chat. Someone said, but how would you know how to think if Brandon and Adam didn't tell you? I know. They're really the arbiters of this discussion, for whom I'm eternally grateful. Okay, I want to talk to you about another one, or another reaction, which I think is interesting. It's not just, from what I've seen, Chinese people reacting to this either. It's not just Chinese people reacting to this, but rather a lot of Asian people, and just in general terms of Asian representation, are seeing this as just kind of a large question mark. Here, I've pulled another gentleman who happens to be Korean. Let's see if I could actually like make this bigger. Also, a lot of these conversations are happening in other platforms on which I literally don't know the languages. So just know that there's a much larger context to this that you are not getting from me, an American who only knows one language. All right, let's see.
Really only got a 35 on the ACT, and leader
okay,
only got a 35
whoa.
on the ACT. Koreans are pissed about the overly stereotyped Asian representation in the new Devil Wears Prada 2, where a woman named Chin Chow is an insecure, highly educated, overachieving assistant to Anne Hathaway's character. Here's the details. I feel similarly.
I will say, dog, when you describe it aloud, it does sound wild, but again, that's okay because you can't be all of these things, obviously. Going back to this, someone said move the cursor. I don't even know where the cursor was. Sorry, my bad. Wait, where was the cursor? It's okay, you'll be fine. You'll live, I swear. Someone said you've heard of Cho Chang. Now get ready for Chin Chow. Okay, I will say I've been trying not to make them because like the less I talk about Harry Potter, the better. But I see a lot of Cho Chang conversations regarding this character's name, which again I am not qualified to have because I don't really know enough about what would be a common name or a realistic name. But I think this is the most times I've seen Cho Chang from Harry Potter's name come up in like years. Years. Reading chat. Someone said, I wonder what her casting prompt was for describing her character. I know, like, honestly, it's interesting to think about. Someone said, I'm waiting for the movie to come out to form an opinion. I will say I only saw a vocal minority and tried to bring it up, tried to sell she's a one-dimensional flat character by the trailer. Yeah, I agree that the movie would likely shed a lot more light. The movie would likely shed a lot more light onto this. Reading chat. Okay, I think we're caught up. Anyways, but pulling from his comments once again. I will say again, like, it is a real name. I don't want this video to come across as disrespectful to anybody who may be named Chin Chow. If somebody says this name, I'm speechless. Somebody saying it's not really a popular name. Someone saying there is multiple ways of pronouncing it. It doesn't need to be popular to be used in movies. And then this person kind of swooping in again and saying, be serious. I'm Chinese and I think this character is reductive and stereotypical and boring. Someone said, was the trailer longer than that? It was a clip. The trailer was pretty short. Or the trailer was longer, but that itself was just a 40-second clip. Someone said, wait, who is this Jake K. Rowling? Who is he? I don't know. I don't even know who Jake K. Rowling is. Reading chat. Someone said, if she had a different name, would it not be? I'm going to read this comment. Someone said, if she had a different name, would it not be problematic? I mean, her character is basically how Anne's character was at first, right? Like, Anne was a nerd. Again, this is where I would say, I do still effectively think that was probably just the intention. Yeah. I don't think like anybody was trying to do anything weird, but I also think like impact versus intent is a thing as well. Reading chat. Someone says the American accent makes... Wait, I don't think I should read that out loud. But I'm going to say it anyway. The American accent makes every Asian name sound ugly. Jin Chao is a perfectly good common name. Yeah, again, that's... Don't worry, I'm going to include in my video. Like, I'm going to include... It is a lot of people's name. I did look it up, and I saw so many lovely looking Jin Chaos. And I'm sorry for saying the name wrong as well. I'm sorry. I apologize. I wish I could pronounce it nicely and correctly, but you know, it's difficult. It's difficult, dog. Someone said quality's so crisp it looks like a video. Yeah, I try to stream in HD. I really do. Reading chat. Someone says, I'm going to read this one chat. I'm going to read this one comment. Someone says, no, it's all of the stuff together. That's why I'm saying focusing on any one detail is missing the forest for the trees. I would like to highlight that comment because again, like, I myself, I don't know enough about any one individual detail, but presented together, this is why some people are reacting this way. Someone says, no, I agree. My name sounds beautiful in Spanish, but it sounds ugly in English. I will agree that like the English accent to me, or like American accent or whatever, is like really harsh. That's how I think of it when I speak. Of course, I don't have any other form of accent or language to compare it to, but oftentimes when I do listen to myself speak, or when I do try to say things that maybe I don't commonly say, I just feel like I sound so harsh and it sucks. I hate it so bad. Reading chat. All right. I think we're good. All right, we're good. Someone says, I don't think the racism is intentional, but I think maybe it was poorly researched. Someone says, same, I don't like my name in the US accent at all. Bah. All right, anyways. Moving on from that particular reaction. One thing I would like to talk about, which I do agree. Someone said 5 people of color in the main cast out of 20. Hold on, this is going to be a diversion. Or this is going to be a digression. I'm probably not going to put this in a video. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. That may be true. This person seems to have looked it up. It says there's 5 people of color in the main cast out of 20. Chat. Diversity is going backwards, though. I'm not talking about this movie specifically, and I'm not talking about the character of Jen Chow. I am literally talking about in general. Has anybody kind of just looked around and noticed like that diversity in media is literally going backwards? I don't want to sit here. I don't want to sit here and list examples. I just looked it up. I believe you. I don't want to sit here and list examples because I know that people are going to start arguing with me. I am literally doing kind of what the people in this video are doing, of just giving you a general vibe of how I felt. Someone said yes. Someone said yeah, definitely. It's going back. It's going backwards, and it's happening really rapidly. I've been clicking into things, and I was like, where we at? And it's not even just we. Like, I don't need it to be like you need like 50% black people in your cast. Oh, but what you have just one? And also, like, where is literally anybody else? What is happening here? I literally swear I keep clicking into brand spanking new things and thinking to myself, like, this is not a diverse cast. What? Someone said all 5 best actress nominees were white this year at the Oscars. Dude, that's crazy. You know what I think is really happening, though? This is bad. And this is me like speculating, but I'm going to say it. Obviously, on a political level, hate is back in, clearly. The erosion of diversity is actually literally happening on a legislative scale. Companies being pressured into rolling back their DEI programs and very cowardly doing so, like your Targets of the world, your Walmarts, etc. And I think that, like, cynically, a company doing this obviously is not going to catch this much flack, but I think that same energy is happening in Hollywood, but obviously no one there is actually going to say it. So that's what I think is happening, is like this massive pushback that you're seeing across all over the place against diversity is also taking place on screen, but nobody wants to admit it. So maybe you just casually only have like 25% of your cast being people of color in like a big old movie, or maybe you just like casually don't have any people of color in your main cast. Maybe you just casually like, oh, black people, no, or like you can have one but nobody else. Like I literally feel it. I swear to God, I feel it in my bones. I think you're correct. I can only say what I think because I do not have the numbers on this, but I do watch a lot of things. I really, really, really do. Someone says, I hate it. I really, it's not right. It's so bad. Someone says, weren't companies skipping the performative Pride Month profile picture? Yeah. Even the little bit of cynically pretending to care. Is it crazy to say I miss it? No. I'm not going to say I miss it because I would rather you just say the quiet part out loud, but like maybe it's more jarring to see people just loudly be against other people, against human beings because of who they are. I think maybe that's what's really truly bothering me. It's just like I can't do it. I especially can't do Target, by the way. I've never really talked about Target on the stream, right? They are an absolute no for me at this point. Target, roll back DEI. And the reason that really, really like bothers me about Target specifically is Target rolls back DEI initiatives, the latest big company to retreat. They are also constantly trying to be super gay and super black and super all these other things. Like they are literally like, look at our new Pride collection, look at our LGBT collection, look, we're highlighting LGBT artists, we're collaborating with them, we're gonna take out a whole portion of our store to champion this, when obviously the point is to get you, an LGBT person, into the store paying money to Target, while simultaneously you are rolling back initiatives to actually fairly hire and treat people who may be minorities of any kind. And it's the same thing with blackness as well. Same thing where Target goes really hard on their like Black History Month stuff, or for February, they will literally rearrange the store and be like, this is our Black History Month collection. Look, we collaborated with black artists, which they do. And that's great. But like, again, it's very, very, very off-putting seeing Target try to sell you like a beautiful shirt with like some sort of like pro-black message on it, and then you get this news notification. It's like, oh, by the way, they're also totally rolling back their DEI initiatives because they're cowardly. Stuff like that. Some said performative inclusion is racist. It really is, and it's happening all over the place, by the way. I guess I always did know that like it was performative in the first place because these are corporations. It's not like they're actually humans who would even have the capability of empathy, because a corporation is not a person. But like seeing it truly happen in person has been jarring. It's been jarring. Someone said, never will I shop at Target ever. Yeah, no, it's a no for me on Target specifically, and also a lot of places. Look, boycotts are always the right answer, truly, especially in a capitalist society. If you want to use your money to make a point, that's a good thing to do. I do know it's not always possible to boycott perhaps everything. However, what I try to do is just stay local. That's what usually helps me, because I find I happen to be fortunate enough to be in an area where locally I can get almost anything I would get from some major retail chain. So like, for example, books. I'm really not rocking with Barnes & Noble anymore. I'm just not. It's no, for so many reasons. But I happen to have a local bookstore, which I'm very lucky. Actually, it's a really great bookstore. I almost wish I could tell you what it was, but don't worry. Excuse me, because there's a lot of great bookstores everywhere. So like, okay, maybe I still need books, or I want them, but it does feel like a necessity, and I would like to purchase them, but I don't have to go to Barnes & Noble, right? Or similarly, like for groceries, yes, maybe Target might be right down the street or whatever, but I could go a little bit further, and try to keep it a little bit more local and then still get everything I need without maybe supporting companies like this. It's not always possible. It's really not. But I try. Someone said the library. Yeah, the library. Oof, that's a good one too. Doing things that are free, then you're not supporting anybody at all. For real. Someone said for books, don't forget to support your local library. Absolutely. Someone said only store an hour within me is a Walmart. The Deep South is so isolated. See, like, you are an example of somebody who I would not like blame. Like, I don't blame you for shopping at Walmart. I also don't even see that as like a moral failure of any kind. What are you going to do? Not have groceries? You know what I mean? But that is not that's not common for everybody. I think people just assume, well, Target's the closest place to me. What choice do I have? A lot of people have more choices than they realize. Maybe if you really are somewhere where everything is just really spread out, as it tends to be, especially in the South, you may have fewer choices, but it just sucks, dog. It really does. Reading chat. Someone says, when I can't find what I want, I just give up on it. I don't even check Amazon or eBay, but yeah, not everyone can do that. Someone said the library supports poor people having access to books. The library is awesome for community building. The library is awesome for so many reasons. Like, there are a million reasons to support your local library, for real. Anyways, someone says support local businesses, buy secondhand. Yes, exactly. All right, getting back into this. I'm gonna drink some more water. Someone says the Target thing pisses me off bad because I would buy a lot from it, especially sometimes at college, and then it was like, oh, they're cowards. Same. I've spent a... Dude. It sucks because I kind of was a ride or die for Target. I would literally tell people to shop there. Do you know why? Because their clothes were actually kind of good. I would literally tell people, like a lot of times I would get like asked about clothes I was wearing, and people would be like, wow, those are really nice. Where'd you get those? And I'm like, I actually got them from Target, because Target is low key. They have a great clothing section. And so when I think about all the unnecessary free promo I did for them in my personal life, and now I'm just like, I'm so pissed off, honestly. Someone says my whole apartment is old Target stuff I bought 15 years ago. A lot of Target stuff in my apartment as well, unfortunately. But what can you do? Someone said, me too. Me and my mom were massive ride or dies. Right? Like, we weren't trying to be bad. Obviously, we can't predict the future. We were just trying to purchase things that we kind of needed. I did need clothes, but alas. Someone said Target boycott is a meaningful sacrifice. Exactly. For all my whining, crying, and complaining, I'm still not shopping there. I'm still not going to do it. Someone says, no, I say I got it from Target before I knew they were terrible. And absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. Anyways, moving forward. Trying to click the right link. Give me a second. Oh, okay, yeah. One thing that I would like to talk about that I saw come up a bit was benevolent racism. Getting back into, someone says all my local spots are MAGA. You gotta do what you gotta do. I'm sorry to hear that. At that point, just make the best choice you can out of the evils. Look, can we talk about benevolent racism? This is actually a very interesting topic. It's one that I myself think about a lot, but I don't see people talk too much about. I think we know at this point you've got your systemic racism, institutional, like all these other kinds that we try to be aware of, but this is a real big one. Someone said oxymoron. Yes. Okay. Let's address the elephant in the room. Just like casual racism, there's no such thing as benevolent racism, right? It's not an actual real thing that can exist. However, it is a thing that people do without realizing. Much like people who are being casually racist think that they're not really being super racist, but they are, because there's functionally no difference. That's what benevolent racism means. When people think actually that they're doing good things, but technically they are not, and they don't realize that what they're doing could possibly be construed as bigoted. And so in response to Chow's character, people saying like, how could it possibly be a bad thing for a character, no matter who she is, to have a 3.8 GPA and to have graduated from Yale, to be like academically inclined and all of these things, like even if she happens to be an Asian character or whatever. I saw a couple people bringing up that like benevolent racism is still racism. Or this person said, you think racist stereotypes can only be negative. That's your issue. A positive one is still racist. I think that low key, like, y'all ain't even ready for that conversation, but it is true. It is true. Again, can't stress enough, I'm not here to speak to the specifics of this character, but like, I think a lot of the pushback against people saying this is just like, well, it can't be racist, because they weren't saying like, oh, this Asian character is like, I don't know, like a criminal, you know what I mean? But that doesn't mean it's not possible at all that there still could have been bigoted work going behind it. Let's see. I want to pull this. Somebody says that is very much true. Yeah, like you could look this up. Benevolent prejudice on Wikipedia, described as expressions of positive views about minority groups that are not intended to demonstrate less positive attitudes towards them, but which may still produce negative consequences. I'll give you an example of this sort of benevolent prejudice that I experience a lot in my personal life. A lot. I'm going to say this first off the bat, right off the bat. Most of the prejudice I experience is deeply malevolent. I don't think that there's actually a lot of like benevolent ones when it comes to me being a Black American. But one that I see that I get real tired of is just like, you're so strong. You're so strong, D'Angelo. You're so strong. You're so resilient. I think there's this idea, honestly, that like we being Black people, which I am temporarily referring to as a monolith, are just like impossibly long suffering. We have put up with so much. We have grown for so much. We literally like spawned from some of the most heinous like circumstances imaginable, and we turned it around into an entire culture that is beautiful. And I do think that someone said, yep, Black people resilience. Yep, we get looked at a lot by non-Black people as just like, we must just be these paragons of strength and power. We all know the powerful Black person stereotype, which on the one hand, yes, but also like you applying this to me without knowing me, and you're not realizing you're turning this into a self-fulfilling prophecy where I then have no choice but to be what you're saying I am. I have to be resilient. I must be strong. It's expected and required of me. Actually, it's kind of just default assumed that like I myself will just be completely okay experiencing any level of racism, because obviously I will survive it. That's what Black people do. Like, it's crazy how it sinks even into your own subconscious. Like me knowing that there are racist areas of the place that I live, and I was just like, well, I just don't go there. That's not how things should work. I shouldn't have to be just like this really strong person constantly surrounded by things that are bad for me and putting up with them. And like, so simultaneously, even if it's a good thing to be very academically inclined or whatever, if this is stereotypically foisted upon you by other people's perception of you, I do think it's possible, or I don't think there's anything wrong with pointing out this still could totally be a stereotype, and it's not a worse one, or it's not a better one than if it was something that was actually bad. I just find it to be interesting. I really do. Someone say you're so brave for loving the same gender. I could never. Oh God. Yes, there's also a version of this, an LGBT version of this as well. Okay, you triggered me a little bit. Not triggered as in I'm upset. Not triggered as in I'm upset. Triggered as in like I'm having flashbacks. But yes, there is a certain kind of ally when you are LGBT of any kind, but especially certain kinds. They're not. They straight or cis or whatever, and they will literally put you on this crazy pedestal of like, you're so brave for like existing, like, oh my God, like you're non-binary, that's wow, you're so brave. Let's say you're gay, like you're gay, wow, oh my gosh, you're married a man, wow, you know. And it's just like, can y'all just stop? Can y'all stop, please, for the love of God? And when I try to explain this, notice how I start sounding kind of crazy. That's what I think may be happening. Not that I think the people in this video sound crazy, just that we're trying to explain things that don't always read to people as bad things in the first place, so it's pretty easy to shut down. Someone said the parentification of Latina girls, also an example of this, in my opinion. Yeah, someone says, I get that all the time as trans. You're so brave, resilient, unique, beautiful. Yeah, it's a stereotype, chat. It's a stereotype. I think a lot of allies of any kind need to hear that. If you're looking at me as a Black person and thinking like he is so strong and powerful, okay, I know it's going to hurt your feelings if I say you're being racist, so I will more softly say you are stereotyping me. And it's not beneficial. It's actually still pretty detrimental to my life, honestly, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Reading chat. Someone says, as a disabled person, I hear I could never be in your shoes. That is crazy to say that to somebody. That is crazy to say that to somebody. Someone said infantilization. Oh yeah, the infantilization happens a lot of just like, oh nah, we ain't ready to talk about that either. We're not there. We're not there. The infantilization. Wait, someone said, I'll keep you yelling until D'Angelo sees this is the last time. Okay, I happen to see it for the first time. Positive stereotypes can lead to fetishization. Oh, can and do. The infantilization of, I'm going to go ahead and say, like it happens to everybody. But I'm just going to talk about the main way that I usually see it just because of the spaces that I'm in. The infantilization of queer people by quote unquote allies, yes, even allies, people who are not in their heart of hearts queerphobic in any way, but you see them start talking about other people who are queer, and I call it the cinnamon roll effect. I've never talked about this online because I feel like we're obviously in the weeds, but we're already here. We're on a live stream. That's the point. No weed whacker. Cinnamon rolls, right? They're great, but like, you know how sometimes you can call people a cinnamon roll of like, oh, he's just a little cinnamon roll. Y'all would not believe how often that happens when your only sin is just being like, in my case, like a queer man. People will literally start talking about you like, oh my gosh, my gay babies. Which I'm not gay and I'm definitely not a baby, but like, oh my God, it's so common. It's so common. That might be like the demon that is on a lot of y'all's shoulders. Like maybe you're the final boss that some of y'all got to work through. Y'all got to stop looking. Y'all got to stop looking at the queer people of any kind, gay people, gay men, and just being like, oh my gosh, my babies. Oh my gosh, my heart, precious, this, that, the other. Like, I'm not saying you can't find love beautiful. You should. Otherwise, you're a horrible person. I'm not even saying you can't like follow stories about this or just want to see queer people thriving and happy and in love. I'm just saying if it's coming out as like gaga goo goo baby talk, you need to stop. Stop it right now. It's so common, and it's like, it kind of makes me low-key wind up not even engaging in a lot of spaces where people are actually trying to be allies or like celebrate very queer things that are happening in media. I try to enter those spaces and it's just like, my babies, and I'm just like, okay, never mind. Closes the door. I'm good, because like, I'm not your baby. What you mean? I'm a grown man. Let queer people be gross and old. That's all I beg of you. That's literally all I'm begging of you as a cute NB on the internet. Please also let me be old and gross, because I'm both of those things as well. I really am, and I'm that a lot more often than I am cute or a cinnamon roll or sweet. Maybe sometimes, but I'm literally just some dude. It's wild, dog. Someone says so and so is baby girl. We're not even ready to get into that, dog. It's not. We can't. Someone said yes, right. I liked my childhood, but I did my time. Let's be adults now. I did my time as a cinnamon roll. I did my time as a baby. I was somebody's baby at one point. But that point, we passed it. We done passed it. It's okay though. It's okay. Someone says I apologize for calling you baby earlier. I think the thing is like, I don't think I get offended on an individual level. And also I say baby as well. I'm just like, okay, well, hold on, baby. Like, there's a pretty big difference between using certain terms and me getting the vibe that you are actually literally reducing me to a personality trait. I think that's the main difference, right? Because even though for me personally, gender actually is one of my personality traits, like, it's certainly not all I am. And obviously I work kind of hard to provide other things to talk about. So I feel like getting reduced to just this one singular thing pisses me off. I feel like for my audience specifically, I don't see that much. And I don't know why. I'm glad. I don't typically feel very like infantilized by my audience, but it does happen to queer content creators quite a bit, and it's pretty ugly. It's pretty ugly, for real. But yeah, I call people baby still though, but for me that's just because I'm black. That's just because I'm black. I'll be like, oh no, baby, listen, hold on. It doesn't matter how old you are either. You could be 27 like me. You could be an actual baby. I love calling babies baby. I feel like if you're a baby, I usually don't even use their names. In my mind, all babies are just baby. Or you could be older than me. I try not to do it when people are older than me because they can get upset. But I'm not even trying to be rude. For me, baby is just a filler word. It's just a filler word. Someone said cough, cough, Dan and Phil. Okay. I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to say it. I'm not criticizing Dan and Phil at all. I'm talking about some people in their audience. Because I think these guys are fine. But when I said some people get infantilized by their audience, some fan bases do this, I did think about these two guys right here. I did. Yeah, I can't lie. And it's literally not them, right? That's not when I say this isn't like, oh, D'Angelo hates Dan and Phil. No, they seem pretty dope, actually. I'm happy that they seem happy. That's mostly what I wanted. But some of the things that I just done saw on this internet about these two grown men, I'm just like, someone said they're grown adults. Dog, it be wild out here. It really be wild out here. It really does. Someone says, I have no clue who they are, and I feel like I should know. Dan and Phil are OGs. They are icons. Do you understand? It's okay if you're not familiar with them. You shouldn't feel bad. I'm just telling you right now, you cannot don't let none of these new kids tell you that Dan and Phil were not OGs. What is their oldest stuff? 11 years ago? Yeah, they are like good YouTube. I can't believe how it actually makes me really mad to think about how long ago I was first introduced to Dan and Phil. I'm so mad thinking about that. But that's okay. Someone said K-pop fan bases, BL fan bases, many do infantilize or sanctify their idols. Yeah. Dude, it's scary out here. It's scary out here. But like, honestly, ever since I was just like a young guy who knew he wasn't straight, like BL audiences, yaoi, and a lot of K-pop and stuff like that have actually always been really terrifying to me. I'm just sharing my experience here. I certainly hope that this does not come across as me taking something that is typically enjoyed by like a lot of women online and saying that this is a bad thing, or like they're crazy. People try to do that and it pisses me off. Like romance readers, oh, they're crazy. Oh, they're reading like sexy books. I'm just like, dog, give it up. There's nothing wrong with this. So while I don't really think there's anything, well, I don't know if I can say I don't think there's anything wrong. I think it goes wrong really fast. I think yaoi, BL, things where you have a lot of people who are not, say, gay men or queer men, like singling their commentary around something that depicts a relationship between two men. It goes wrong really fast. It's really bad. It manifests in really obvious ways, like trying to apply yaoi logic or relationship roles to real human beings, which is not how that works, because these comics are literally not real. They're not real. That's the thing about these comics. And I feel like the vast majority of people consuming them, they know this. So I don't have a problem with that. If you are reading this because you like this content and you know literally, like, obviously these aren't real people, that's fine. I think my issue is, I'm just telling you from personal experience, I have absolutely seen a lot of people who filter their actual perception of real life queer people and gay men through the lens of, someone said, what is BL? It's just a genre of a lot of things, but usually like comics that depicts like love between two male characters. That in and of itself is fine. I would hope that people are writing hella gay stories and stuff. But yeah, no, I got scared. And when I was younger, I didn't have the like capability of talking about it either. I wasn't like put together enough or coherent enough to make any sort of real valid points about it. So I always just stayed very far away from those spaces because I didn't want to yuck people's yum, but I also didn't want to feel like objectified and infantilized and, well, honestly kind of in danger somewhat. Intellectually. And yeah, I kept that locked away in my heart forever, of like, this is kind of weird. The way that some of y'all are about this. Someone says, you mean people who are weird in real life, not just people reading? Yeah, the existence of this material or the people reading it, there's nothing wrong with that, obviously, but just the way I don't know, like, it does get. Someone said Harry and Louis Lincoln Rhett. Yeah, like, it's the same attitude spilling over from the fiction into real life. And people who present online are oftentimes like the first line of... we're like on the front line for this because we're, in many people's eyes, like the closest thing to fictional characters. Like Harry and Louis, they are real people. But also they kind of almost serve the same purpose as fictional characters. So that's why I think you get people talking about them in ways that I think is actually pretty harmful and detrimental. Someone said the conversation. I don't even know if I should read that. We're literally getting into this. Someone said, I met a lot of straight women especially who fetishize gay men. You should call it. Yeah, the fetishization can be crazy, honestly. Someone said the conversation about top and bottom is so weird to me. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. Like, that's not really real in the traditional sense. It is real in that, yes, you will get this sort of dichotomy and self-identification commonly, obviously, among gay men. I'm not trying to pretend like that's not real, but people's perception of this very binary, well, I read a story in which this person was that and this other person was that, so this is how the world works. It's not. It's really, really not. It's not. So I just feel like if you've ever read anything that was like fictitious and also about gayness or queerness, maybe just like brain dump that a little bit before then thinking about real life human beings. And then maybe things will be more normal. maybe I'm crying. Someone said the top and bottom stuff equals, so who's the woman? Yeah, okay, this is the crazy thing too, but I literally wish I was smart enough to like make this point in a meaningful way. But a lot of times when you get like straight people coming in and en masse consuming content depicting queer relationships, you know what the first thing they do is? Filter it through a heteronormative lens, because it's literally all they know. It's the only thing they can do. They have no other frame of reference. And so because of this, you do take this very masculine, feminine, plus minus type thing. I know it sounds negative, but like, honestly, femininity is still portrayed as a negative trait, even in these specific depictions of queerness, or as a less than. And So you're getting these conversations where it seems like it's a bunch of people celebrating a queer story involving queer love, or a gay story involving gay love, and all these things, but it is literally just a bunch of straight people being extra super duper straight and like forcing a depiction of a gay relationship through like the straight block, and like a kid's toy. You're supposed to put the circle through the circle, but you're trying to force it through the square. And that's how a lot of conversations about these things come across to me, where I'm just like, girl, this is still heteronormative. Obviously talk to like if you talk to anybody, you would see very quickly how many vestiges of heteronormative nonsense linger in a lot of fiction that is like not intended even for people who are actually queer to be consuming. It's made for straight people, a lot of times by straight people, and that's fine, but I'm gonna cry. Uh-oh. Reading chat. Someone says, I work with mechanics and one happens to be gay and the others are confused because he's not feminine. He explains to them how that's not real. It's truly, literally not. It's literally like they have so little to do with each other. They being like sexuality and your presentation and this, that, the other. It's just wild, dog. Someone says the way they go like bottom slash submissive equals woman is so misogynistic. Okay, that's crazy too though. Cause like I wasn't even thinking about it from that perspective, but you are definitely correct. Obviously, like it is misogyny, dude. Okay, but again, like, do you see how this conversation is really tricky though? Because like, it's hard for me to say these things without sounding like I'm attacking a group of people who gets attacked a lot by people for no reason. I do think people catch a lot of flack for engaging with this media in the first place, just because people are homophobic about it. But like, sometimes it can go pretty far in the other way. Someone says so many things being true at once with this conversation. There are so many things that are true at once. I do think ultimately, like just honestly, point blank period, things that are typically consumed mostly by women, which I literally don't think that's me being like misogynist to say that about the genres of BL and yaoi and this stuff, get unfairly criticized to the point where I slow down a little bit. If I do have criticisms of this, I'm not going to immediately make them. I am going to try to examine them to make sure I'm not just doing the thing where we decide anything that women like is bad. K-pop is bad. Minecraft YouTubers are bad. You know what I mean? Singers are bad. One Direction is bad. But that doesn't mean it's completely immune from criticism. And it especially doesn't mean me as somebody within a marginalized group that the people I'm discussing are not in has no insight to provide that may actually hopefully lead to the dissolution of some pretty harmful practices that still occur in the space, which ultimately is still chock full of a bunch of straight people, even though there are many people who consume this content that are not that. That's what I have to say. I hope that didn't come across as like cringe or whatever. Or hateful, or I don't know. It's just, I never know what to say in situations like this. It's wild, dog. It's wild. Reading. Someone says the reason we aren't talking about men's media and interest in this convo is because we know their stuff we've been knew their stuff was bigoted. That being said, I do still mostly try to focus my energy on more mainstream things that are obviously racist and or homophobic or this, that, the other, because I don't think it makes sense for me to only ever talk about this one issue while ignoring some much larger ones. But I still have a couple things to say though, for real. Someone says being ace is just wondering why this type of media exists in the first place. Yo, there's something for everybody. On God. Truly. Someone said not even all cishet people follow traditional gender norms either, so trying to enforce it hurts literally everyone. Someone says this chat has the best discussions. I'm so joyous. Yeah, well, it makes me happy too, because literally where else could I have this conversation without it immediately turning into just a landfill? There's nowhere else I could have this conversation without people either screaming at me or screaming at the people I'm talking about and being hateful. And like, I like my chat for that reason, for real. Some say great discussions. Thanks for using your voice on it all. Yeah, I'm just trying over here, chat. I really am. Anyways, that was a pretty big digression. I'm gonna close. I have so many tabs open. Sometime Ace and I love this media. Yeah, no, like nothing, not being any one thing is not excluding you from being any other thing, which is the fun thing about that. That's the fun thing about it. Actually, I don't talk about this a lot, but like I have a queer theory. Someone probably already said this before me and in better words, but I would like to share it with the class today. Actually, you know what I think being queer means, actually, like unironically, like I'm not even trying to be funny. I think it does have a definition that always applies. It's always true. I think that trying to take such a big word and apply it to so many different people who manifest in so many different ways is usually bad, but I have one definition that I think works pretty well. That's what I think queerness is. Actually, I think it's the state of multiple things being true. What I kind of believe is that society has like forced us to be so linear, so binary, and so black and white in our thinking, that like anything that seems to mean two things at once automatically it almost is queer in people's minds because they can't square it. And when I think about all of my friends who are queer, or when I think about myself and what it means, it's always me applying this to them in some kind of way, whether that means you were assigned one thing at birth, but it turns out that you weren't. Oh, my theory went away. Or, you know, whether it means like you are maybe in this kind of relationship and another one at the same time. Maybe it means like you might tell people that you're this one thing that they think means you can't be this other thing, but you're also that. Or even if you're just one thing, that's also multiple things being true, because you can also just be one thing. But that's how I feel. Ultimately, like me being like, well, a queer MB, what does it actually mean? It just means multiple things can be true. That's how I feel on God. But that's just a vibe. I don't know anything. I didn't go to school. I did, but not for this. So it is what it is. Reading chat. Someone said that's why it's such a great umbrella community term. That's why I like it, because it allows me to be part of the community without having to like self-select other labels which may not necessarily apply to me, but that one does pretty heavily. Pretty heavily. Someone says I like this theory a lot. Yeah, I feel like you're not going to alienate anybody with that one, no matter who you are. Like, you're part of this idea of multiple things being true. Clearly, if you can be like an agender person, or you can be a man in a relationship with a man, or you can be not that. You can be like, I just feel like multiple things can be true. You have to acknowledge the truth of other people's relationships, and that's where I feel like bigotry comes from. Bigotry, which is not the opposite of queerness, but is often in opposition to queerness. Honestly, it's kind of usually just only one thing can be true. Usually, I feel like almost any kind of bigotry that I think of comes down to this idea that only one thing can be true. I mean, that's essentially what white supremacy is. That's what like homophobia is. That's especially what transphobia is. Is thinking that like, well, somebody said something when you were born, so that's the only thing that can be true. That's what xenophobia is. Thinking that people, because they're not from the same place as you are, must be less than. That's what misogyny is. Thinking that objectively masculinity must be correct. It can't be that multiple things can be true, and women can also and should also have these rights as well. I think when you're against DEI, you also believe that only one thing can be true. Like, for example, thinking that equality is just this one singular thing that just happens. No, multiple things can be true. We should be striving towards equality, but you may need equity first. That's That's how I feel, honestly. And so, yeah, I wake up every day and I try to remind myself that, like, this is a lie, this is an illusion, and this is also the basis of a lot of the hate that I talk about online, of people being angry and mad. And, you know, funnily enough, even though I've been on a tangent for a while, it kind of applies to today's topic, where I think multiple things are true. I don't think it's only true that what this movie did was in no way, shape, or form racist at all. And I don't think it's true that, like, you're also wrong if you don't think it was. Multiple things can be true. But anyways, I'm stupid. So just forget everything I said, please. That's the best thing you can do when listening to an influencer. Someone says being black, female to male, and gay feels like living in super hell. I'm not going to lie. Dog. Just keep going though. I'm sorry. I know that's almost not a fair answer, but like, I'm glad you're here. Screw all these other people. Super hell is a pretty good word for it as well. Like, I'm not all those things specifically, but like, we just gotta keep going until everybody realizes that actually we were the right ones and not the weird ones at all. But alas. Someone said, when is the merch gonna drop? I think that I am never going to release merch. I've been thinking about this a lot. I wasn't going to do like an announcement because that's kind of performative, but actually here I am announcing it. I may release a product for sure that you can pay me. Maybe. I don't know. Like, I write a book. I'll release an album. I'm not doing either of those things. But I think in terms of clothing that you can wear, I don't want to bite myself in the butt, but like, I don't think I'm going to do it. And I think the reason is because even though I love the idea of creator support, even though I have purchased a lot of merch, so much, by the way, just so you don't think I'm being hypocritical, I've bought a lot of merch. I don't really buy it anymore though. Effectively, I have the power to either like cause harm for no reason, for convenience, or to not do so. So I think my two choices are, I just don't make merch, and then nobody ever pays for a hoodie or a t-shirt, and nobody is ever exploited either. Or I do what I've done in the past years ago, and I do a merch drop, but I have to have a lot of cognitive dissonance about where these hoodies are coming from and why am I getting paid whatever my share of the merch drop was, when I know honestly that it's not fair labor, and the packaging and the waste and the emissions that are involved in like several hundred people trying to purchase a physical product from me that they don't really need, even if they would enjoy it. And there's nothing wrong with enjoying products for sure. I just feel like it's starting to feel a little antithetical to a lot of the things I've talked about on this channel. And I would have to turn off too many brain cells for it to feel right. So I'm just like, you know what? Maybe I'm just going to keep saying my silly little catchphrases over and over, and I won't put them on a t-shirt, and we will all be fine. We'll all be okay. And we just won't contribute in that way. That's how I feel personally. Someone said ethical king. I don't know if it's ethics so much as just me literally. Well, I guess ethics is just literally trying not to do the wrong thing. But yeah, no, like, if I could do merch in a way that didn't feel super weird, I would do it. Like for example, I'll give you an example. Like, if I made a digital product, which I'm not doing, I have not written a book and I'm not releasing a book, I would sell y'all a book in a heartbeat. A heartbeat. I'm serious. I would literally charge you, like, for a book available in all formats. Meaning, you could, if you wanted to, also purchase the digital version of this book that has absolutely no waste. And then you're purchasing a product and there was no actual, like, usage of things. Because I know, like, I don't know. There's no way for me to explain it, because literally just existing in a capitalist framework is just a collection of cognitive dissonances. But like, or if I was to make an album, you can listen to that if you want, or maybe you'll think it sucks, but you can listen one time and maybe pay me a little bit if you so choose, or just through your streams. And like, it just feels a little less weird. It feels a little less weird. But that means I would have to think a lot harder about something before doing it. And hey, I'll do it. I'll do it for sure. I really will. Someone said, where's this chat he's reading from? Right there. Right there. Someone said, what about Prince of Your Art? Yeah, like I would sell that maybe. Because I just feel a little more connected to it, I guess. I don't know. It's very tricky, dog. It's very tricky. Someone said, you're a good person. I'm trying. I think we're all... You know what the best thing I could do? The best thing I could do, honestly? Honestly. The goodest thing... The goodest thing that any YouTuber could do before you start getting it in your head that any of us are moral paragons is certainly to stop posting to this platform. Hands down, the most ethical and correct choice. I think about it every day. I'm not going to delete my channel, by the way. It's not happening. Notice how even when I get really low and disappear for a while, I don't delete this channel. I'm not doing that. I got so lucky. I got lucky beyond like human possibility. Like I don't know how I am where I am, and that's my main reason for not deleting my channel. But the most like ethically, morally just thing I could possibly do that would contribute the most good to the world would literally be to completely extricate myself from Google, from YouTube, and from the attention economy as well, which I'm going to be honest is not good for you and is not good for me. The way I see it though, like a lot of us have jobs that are the most ethical thing we could do would be not to contribute to this pipeline. But I'm already here. Someone said D'Angelo Wallace on Nebula win. Yeah, that's the thing, is just like you have to make the wrong choice in some way or another, unfortunately. And someone said, are we done talking about Devil Wears Prada 2? I'll come back to it for an outro in a second. My wrong choice every day is just like continuing to contribute to the attention economy and the creator space and being an influencer, and just knowing full well, like, if Jesus came back and was like, now, D'Angelo, you know damn well that you should not have been doing anything that you did for the past 7 years. I would be like, well, Jesus, I know you're right, but like, I had bills to pay. That's how I feel. So I hope that when I die, if Jesus actually turns out to be real and he questions me about this, I'm going to be like, I had bills to pay, Jesus. I think we all did. This is what I did to pay mine. I hope it wasn't the wrong choice. But yeah, I really hate the illusion of moral justice even being possible in like a framework that is so deeply hierarchical in the first place, but also like predicated on manipulating people and wasting their time and extracting as many resources as you possibly can from them in a very uneven way, while simultaneously being under the influence of corporations like YouTube, me having to answer to their ad guidelines or put sponsorships in my videos as well. I just don't think anybody on this platform is as good a person as they could be. And I think there's a lot of more cognitive dissonance that I used to engage in frequently of telling myself like, no, I am doing good because actually like I'm raising awareness, which I was, I feel like I've contributed to some pretty good things, by the way. I really do feel like I've done that, but they were absolutely like not fully positive, and nothing I do here can ever be fully positive or free from the influence of the very things that I'm constantly criticizing. So what can you do? What can you do? I don't know what to do about it, chat. It's okay. But like, that's such a small problem to have in the grand scheme of things. Is a nice job is my main thing. I just have a nice job. And that's not a real problem. So it is what it is. Someone said, I've been hoping for a new platform, but would it evolve to be just as bad? Yes. As long as this new platform works by people making money on the platform off of your attention, it would evolve to be just as bad as YouTube is. Absolutely. Someone said, what would you do instead? Instead of YouTube? I don't know. That's why most of us are here, chat, by the way. It's not solely because like we're all just so good at the platform, even though it's also because I literally have no idea what I would be doing otherwise. I could certainly find out, and I've had to find out at various times, but dog, I don't know. I really don't. I don't. So I see people saying Nebula. Yeah, Nebula seems like a less egregious way of doing all of this for sure. I just think the truth of the matter is, chat, I have to be honest as well. Honestly, there comes to a point where like I can use all of these morally just terms or try to frame this as me trying to do the right thing, but also, you know, we're like not 100% of my audience, they're here. They're here. I'm not going to Nebula, even if that would be a more accurate or good or like less evil choice. I don't like. I'm gonna keep posting right here on YouTube and try to do it in a less harmful way than I could otherwise. But like, that's the main thing, is just like, I don't know how to extricate myself from the system, or I do, but I kind of just refuse to do it stubbornly because I don't want to. I don't want to. Someone said this is fine. Yeah, no, it is what it is. This is going to sound bad. This is going to sound bad. But chat, I feel the same way. I feel the same way about veganism. In that, I'm only speaking for myself here. Somebody with the resources that I have available to me. For as much as I tried when I was younger and cringe and annoying, I don't argue with vegans anymore because it's just stupid. Because like, why am I arguing against something that I believe is correct? When I was younger, I was always trying to find moral arguments and justifications for why actually it's fine that I'm not doing veganism. It's fine. No, I do love animals. You don't have to be a vegan, which I do believe is true. I don't think you have to be a vegan, right? But I got to a point in my self journey or whatever, my personal journey, where I actually had to admit to myself, you know what? I just choose not to do this because it's easier not to. That's what I say now. Not in those exact words. But when veganism comes up, I'm like, veganism is an example of something that I believe is accurate, but just due to my personal reasons of wanting the convenience more than the alternative, I don't practice it. I feel more honest. It doesn't make me feel less bad about it, but I feel like that's where I've gotten to with YouTube as well, where it's just like similarly, YouTube is a thing where like, yeah, I could try to pretend like this is some sort of moral thing, but honestly, the moral thing would be to not be an influencer. And I'm not choosing that, am I? So I can only do what I can do, which in my case is literally just reducing meat consumption and just, I don't know. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Personally, someone said I was just talking about this the other day because vegetarians make hella excuses, but it's just laziness. Yeah, I agree. Now, granted, like, I'm only talking about myself. I am only speaking about myself. I am not unilaterally applying this rule to everyone. I'm sure people will be excited to tell me about their, I don't know, reasons for why. Actually, no, I have to contribute to, the exploitation of animals and stuff. And that's fine. But I know if I'm really being honest, like if I'm truly being honest, I don't have to. I just do because I want the thing that I get from doing it. Sucks. Someone said veganism is cheap and joyful if you put effort into cooking. Yeah, it is. Someone said, can I use your testimony in my essay on environmentalism? Sure. If you want a quote from me, like a coherent quote, I'll give you one right now. Personally, as somebody who actually did research veganism and what it means as a moral framework, I came to the conclusion that for me, it actually is a failure on my part, a knowing choice to contribute to the exploitation of animals because the convenience, in my mind, outweighs the moral good. It's not something I'm proud of. I wish, honestly, to move past it, but all I can do is try every day. Actually, I can do more than try, if I'm being honest. So check back later, watch this space. There, put that in your essay. Put that one in your essay. Put it in your essay. Billie Eilish said the other day something where I was just like, she's right, honestly. She's right about it. It was in this new interview that she did. I'm gonna pull it right here. She was talking about a bunch of things. And she said at the very end of this interview something that I think was true. Excuse me.
So I had a little companion while I did it. What's one hill you'd die on? Y'all not gonna like me for this one. Eating meat is inherently wrong. And then the other thing is, two things cannot coincide. I love animals. I love all animals so much, and I eat meat. You can't do both. Sorry. You can eat meat, go for it. You can love animals, but you can't do both. Thanks so much.
I'm gonna be honest. I think she's right. If you're wondering why we're talking about veganism, it's because clearly I've been thinking about this interview clip a lot. I think people are gonna instantly interpret that as Billie Eilish is saying I don't love my dog because I eat meat. No, I do think the idea that you must not love all animals. If you must, someone said disagree. Okay, why do you disagree with this? As almost I don't believe this. Okay, this is really funny. See, here's a pretty good one. Okay. What is there to disagree with? I think that people love animals in general, but she corrected herself and said all animals. I'll play the clip for you again. And then let me know. Let me know once again if you disagree. Here, let's play it one more time.
Eating meat is inherently wrong. And then the other thing is, two things cannot coincide. I love animals. I love all animals so much, and I eat meat. You can't do both. Sorry. You can eat meat. Go for it. You can love animals, but you can't do both.
I think her inclusion of I love all animals, I think that really seals the deal. If she hadn't included that part, I think I would disagree with her as well. Because, hey, lots of people have pets that they love and also are not vegan. But, you literally have to, on some level, concede. Whatever love you think you have for all animals must not extend that much. If, some of them being, raised in miserable existences solely for the purpose of human consumption is fine. But never your dog though. Oh no. Little poodles, little Baxter. But God forbid these insane conditions that so many animals are put through. Or I don't know, dog. Someone said it's a hot take. It's a hot take. Someone says you're tired of the vegan combo because you're guilty. Yeah, if you're hearing me talk about veganism for by the way, I think I've only been on this for 10 minutes, and you're really annoyed and you wish I would move on, I do want you to examine why. When I do frequently talk about things for much, much, much longer, much longer than this, I'm not harping on this that much. I'm just saying, Someone says, I wish I could disagree. No, I wish I could disagree. I wish I could disagree. I would love it if she was wrong about this. That would be great. If I'm like, well, no, actually, Billy, here is an elevated moral rebuttal to your argument. But like, no, she is right. I just think like a lot of people are not even capable of admitting within themselves that they literally don't care about animals. Not all animals, right? But like, people don't care about it the same way they don't care about a lot of things that they would never admit to not caring about, honestly. But again, I'm only talking about myself. There are still quite literally people who may not have the option to go vegan for reasons that I'm not discussing or not talking about, but they don't apply to me, and I know for sure they don't apply to a lot of people in my life who would disagree with this. It's kind of interesting. Someone says, I think that's a privileged moral high horse to be on. I think it is low-key a massive misconception that like veganism is 100% like inherently tied to privilege. I think veganism is tied to privilege because it's been commodified and is often sold to people beyond their price range. I know that to be true, unfortunately, from personal experience, but like privilege isn't always the reason why veganism may not be an option for somebody. Somebody says this take is kind of black and white. Is it? This is one of the most interesting conversations. I feel like the vast majority of people in my chat right now disagree with me, which is usually not what happens. But this is really fun. Someone said rice and beans are cheaper than meat. Someone says, I thought multiple things can be true. Multiple things can be true, but that doesn't mean everything is true, I think. It's kind of hard to make this comparison without talking about like people, for example, but people get really mad when you do that. And I understand why. Animals are not people, even though people are animals. But like, I just think we would all move towards a more sort of honest place if like statements like this did not immediately ruffle feathers, because no pun intended, like you can't even start to unpack some of this stuff until you start from the framework of like, I am complicit and ignoring a lot of like really insane suffering that's taking place because I can. It's kind of interesting. Someone says this is a colonizer take and very close-minded. Colonizer take. That's interesting. Okay. Let's separate Billie Eilish from this for an example. And I'll just say it as my own opinion. As a Black American, which by the way, I'm totally capable of being like promoting colonizer mindsets. But let me just ask you this, coming from me specifically, as somebody who believes actually that honestly, if you are okay and also contributing to the exploitation of animals in situations in which you do not have to be, it doesn't make much sense to say that you love all animals or are just a general animal lover who wants the welfare of all animals. Does that sound like I'm saying this because of some weird like supremacist or colonizer mindset? Is that how it comes across from me? Separate it from Billie for a second, because I do agree with her here. I think also too, I think people are getting really hung up on this because Billie Eilish is vegan. She is vegan. So, you know, on some level, she is kind of practicing what she preaches, but I'm telling you here as a non-vegan that I still believe this is true. It's not because I think I'm better than you because I don't eat meat, because I actually do. Someone says you made the girlies mad. Yeah, I think a lot of people are... I think like it's a really tricky topic, but it's also not that serious at all. If I'm like, hey, look, a situation in which millions and millions of animals are suffering that continues because we pay for it to continue in scenarios in which we don't have to do that. And we do have options. Obviously, I would only be talking about people who have options. I don't think it makes much sense for us to say, yes, we love all animals. There can be nasty like colonizer mindsets that would lead people to maybe say the very same thing that I'm saying right now, but I'm saying that is quite divorced and disconnected from that. Someone says, I've never seen chat this pissed. I'm just kind of waiting for somebody to explain what is so bad about this. This is so interesting. I'm literally waiting for someone to explain what this means. Someone said first D'Angelo L. This is my first L. I feel like I'm genuinely confused by the response that I'm seeing right now. I'm literally confused. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and do the thing where I show you what I'm referring to when I say like massive widespread suffering, because first of all, I'm gonna get the stream taken down, and I don't want to do that. But like, I am talking about a real thing that does happen. Someone says, I think it's unrealistic in our world. Unrealistic how though? Unrealistic how? Someone said, I think people are getting defensive. I feel like they're getting defensive. I think chat, it's also it's kind of funny to get defensive over this when like I'm not vegan. We can go home and kick it and like have burgers after this. I don't think I'm better than you for saying this. I don't know. Someone says the nuance, it's gone. Yeah, dang, I've never seen chat move this quickly. This is so interesting. I've never seen chat move this quickly. Someone says, bro, you keep missing the anti-indigenous mentions in chat. They have a very different view of us eating/using the animals. Okay, this is my first time seeing that. I do keep purposely reframing this to myself though, and most of the people I know, like, I am not indigenous, and I'm saying this specifically because I'm referring to an industry that I know exploits and oppresses millions of living beings that I simply don't have to support. I think when people say eat meat, that's obviously a shorthand for supporting the meat industry as it currently exists. And that is the thing that I'm saying is not really consistent with a framework of wanting the welfare of all animals. I think if eating meat was some sort of thing that was actually reframed into not causing untold suffering and immeasurable suffering for millions of living beings, maybe I would feel differently about this. But like, again, I don't even really see what I'm saying as disrespectful or incongruous with other ethics in terms of what it means to eat meat. I'm talking about animal exploitation. Someone says, put the chat in slow mode. This is so funny. Someone says, is there ethical consumption of meat? Well, that's a question that we don't even have time to get into in this specific live stream, but like, this is so funny. Someone says, you guys are, do you really think the meat industry and big corporations are considering indigenous people? Yeah, no, like, I'm not trying to say, like, for example, let's reframe this. Maybe an example will help make this make more sense. If I encountered somebody who told me culturally, I have a different morality than you when it comes to what it means for animals to exist in this world, I am not going to apply my morality to them. I'm not going to do it. Right? Because I actually think that that's pretty bigoted in and of itself. But chat, can we be a little bit more honest? Can we be a little bit more intellectually honest? I'm not talking to indigenous people when I say this, am I? I know I have a lot of people in chat right now. I am not talking to a group of people who have a morally, like, maybe different or culturally different view on what I'm saying. I'm talking to people who know what I mean, who understand that I have framed this conversation largely around myself and the people in my life who I know make these same kinds of excuses that I'm seeing in the chat right now. All of those things still hold true. I'm not a colonizer. I'm not like anti or other people must be wrong about this. And I know that that's not who she was talking to either. Someone says, for goodness sake, context matters. Yeah, like it really does though. This is so interesting. Someone said, I hear you, Denzel. I'm glad you do, but like, I don't know. I guess it would kind of suck for you to come away from this conversation thinking like, wow, Denzel has this like massive spot that he's missing, like a large bit of cultural context when it comes to this discussion of veganism. And it's like, well, baby, I was talking about you. I was talking about you and me. Let's talk about you and me. Now, of course, if this is like your own cultural take on this, that's not what I'm ever arguing against, because that's just not how I operate. But I was talking about you specifically. Your first thought was like, oh, keyboard out. No, you can't be right. But like you do know like darn well exactly what I meant. That's who I was talking about when I said it. Reading chat. Someone says it's hard for people to deal. Someone says I have indigenous roots. Then I wasn't talking about you specifically. I think that's the thing, is like, now we're getting back into the multiple things. Like, I'm not arguing with other people's morality on this. I know so many people in my life who don't have this different framework of looking at things. It's just 100% stemming from cognitive dissonance in this case. Someone said, you were right. So is Billy. Someone says we're allowed to have our own thoughts. You certainly are. I'm not trying to force anybody to be vegan. That would be insane, because I can't stress this enough. I'm not vegan. You're not listening to the words of a vegan man right here yelling at a bunch of people for eating meat and buying non-vegan products. I think you're all wrong and bad. I'm just saying there's like a little bit of a logical inconsistency with the way that we frame these conversations that I find to be so interesting. I don't know. That's all I've got to say. I'll move on from this. That's okay. I think this is the first time where I don't even think the majority of people in my chat understood what I was trying to say, which is fine. You don't have to. That's how streaming works. I will say I still didn't really see even a single message. I don't I didn't see like a single message that I thought means I'm totally wrong and I need to completely reframe my thinking because I'm being bigoted in some way. I don't think I am. Reading chat. Someone says it's too extreme of a viewpoint, so there's a lot of room to disagree. That's so funny. It's such a simple and basic and not even extreme viewpoint. That's so funny. So it's just that you weren't looking at the chat. Someone says decentering meat is still helpful, rather than the common meat with every meal stance a lot of America has. Someone says, I love you, stop fighting. I don't think we're fighting. Someone says it's not an extreme viewpoint. Yeah, I don't even think we agree on that, by the way. Like, I don't think what Billy said is an extreme viewpoint, and I certainly know that what I said is not an extreme viewpoint at all, especially with my very careful wording of it. It's not an extreme viewpoint. It's just one that a lot of people happen to disagree with, which is fine. There's always been these things that maybe someday we'll look back and be like, oh, why? Someone says, I feel like chat blew the whole animal exploitation out of proportion, because how did we get from that to colonization in people's culture? Well, it's always important to talk about these things. I could have easily had a conversation where I'm being completely like intolerant of the idea that my moral take on animals is not absolute and should not be unilaterally applied to everybody else's culture. That's not something I believe, but like, I think also I've said that like 5 times in like maybe 3 different ways. And maybe this is so funny. This is so funny. Someone says, when you say like this statement is always true straight up, and then go, obviously I'm only talking about white people / Americans, like why is that assumed? I think I'm literally talking about contributing intentionally to the exploitative meat industry. I think Billie Eilish used the term eating meat, but I rephrased it in my own discussion of like, no, I just mean supporting the industry. Because also, like, I feel like things are being conflated a little bit here, and like indigenous people's practices does not equal the meat industry. These are two different things, right, chat? You got to work with me here. I'm literally trying to be like fair, open, and honest here. I'm not trying to like mislead you, but I feel like we're talking about two different things. It's not indigenous people that are like causing this untoward destruction to multiple millions and millions of animals. So they're not the ones that I'm criticizing when I'm pushing back against all of this. Someone says, then why didn't she or you just say that then? Because sometimes when people say things, they're just coming at it from a singular perspective. And it's not until you ask them follow-up questions that you're able to ascertain the full gamut of their opinion on it. It's a big topic that has a lot of moving parts. So I may not have opened by saying every single part of it, but that's why I do these things live where you can ask. You know what I mean? Someone says the indigenous comments are wild though. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's an important thing to bring up, but like, Someone says you should do a poll. What would the poll say? Someone says you have to do your mod censor people. No, as you can see, nobody has been censored. I don't think most people agree with me, but I'm not censoring you guys. Like, you will all live. You will all be fine. We'll move on to the next topic. This is so funny. Reading chat. Someone says sometimes the nuance doesn't need to be said, but to be acknowledged. Yeah, I just feel like not every statement immediately has to be said in an all-encompassing way. And if you don't, maybe if something sounds like a red flag, just press people on it like you did here. I don't know. I feel like this is so funny. Someone says, I don't blame you, but Billy shouldn't have said it's inherently wrong. Okay, you know what? I'll give you that one concession right there. I'll give you that one concession. I agree. I'll agree with you on that. The word inherently did a lot of heavy lifting. Oops. I disappeared. Okay, hold on. Inherently, definition. Inseparable, essentially, right? She's essentially saying there's no circumstance in which this could be the case, right? I just still do think for sure, like, Billy having this conversation towards her audience is mostly talking to a bunch of people who do know what she means, and that we live, unfortunately, in a place that is exploitative, and eating meat is not really an easy thing to do without contributing towards the exploitation of animals. Someone said, D'Angelo, you're doing great. Yeah, this is actually kind of hard for me. This is kind of difficult. Y'all aren't stressing me out. Like, don't feel bad for expressing your dissenting opinion. That's why I do these things live. But like, I'm really trying to make sure that like I can be proud of this conversation after. I really hope I don't watch it back and I'm just like, oh, you were just being like a closed-minded like idiot, and you were talking to people like they were dumb, because I don't think that y'all are dumb, and I'm not closed-minded to what you're saying. And I see how like the definitions of words can get really tricky, which is why you have to be careful which words you use. But like, if you took out the word inherent from what Billy said, I still think it would be accurate. Someone said maybe the extreme statement was good to spark a meaningful conversation. Yeah, well, I don't know if it was meaningful. That's the problem, though. Was it meaningful? Did it mean anything? Maybe like 5% of the people in chat understand what I'm saying, and 95% either think like I'm being, I don't know, a colonizer. I think that's the first time I've gotten that, by the way. Spreading colonizer mindsets. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Someone said I'd have passed out if I was in your seat right now. Bro, you got to be able to do it. You can't go on the internet and just say opinions and not be able to have people react to them in real time. I mean, like, if I was younger, yes, I would be crashing out. I'd be like, you guys. But like, I think everybody is being as forthcoming as I am. It's all just, some of it is coming out a little circularly or whatever. Reading chat. Someone said, I feel like people are getting hurt over semantics. Yes, I do as well. Someone said, you touched a nerve, but maybe it was needed. Yeah, I don't know. I think until a conversation like this goes a little more normally, this will probably keep happening anytime this happens. I think that if Billy said, hey guys, most of your access to meat would be through a very exploitative industry that is causing harm to millions of animals that are suffering on the daily and literally bred only for your consumption. And it doesn't really make sense to knowingly contribute to that if you have other options while proclaiming to be a lover of all animals. Then probably nobody would have disagreed with her. But like, at what point can we just honestly say, obviously, that's obviously the interpretation of what she meant? I don't know. Someone said words have meaning. Words have meaning, but like, I think when somebody says a thing and it's like a philosophy or an ethics question, and then you mostly find yourself debating about words, throwaway words like inherently, adverbs, and you're not focusing on the bigger words like exploitation or all these other things, then it's not really that productive of a conversation. But anyways, that's all I've got. That's all I've got. So I'm autistic and semantics matter to me. That's why I tried to explain it though. Like, okay, I will say this. Do you at least feel like I explained it or explained where I was coming from instead of getting like just mad at you for disagreeing with me? Because like, I know this is influential 101. Like, I'm not really mad that like people disagree. This happens anytime I bring this up. I talk to my friends the same way about this stuff. I think I have like a dream of us all just someday becoming vegan and we can hold ourselves accountable. But until then, I have to keep bringing up why I want to do that. And I'm always met with the same reaction of like pretty strong opposition. And I'm used to not getting offended because I don't think like people are mad at me per se. I don't think so. So you explained just fine. Yeah, no, like I don't know what to say, dog. So you did well. All right, we're moving on. You cannot please everybody. Clearly, you can't please everybody, and that's not why I stream anyway. Okay, would you believe that we actually had a topic? I completely forgot that we literally had a topic. Someone said, don't forget to do the video outro. I did. I forgot. We were talking about important things. We were talking about like, it's because somebody asked me about merch. Somebody offhandedly said, D'Angelo, will you make merch? And I said, no, I'm not going to release clothes because I don't think that that's like, it doesn't really make ethical sense to me. And then I was getting that usual response that you get from people who are like, oh, D'Angelo, you're a good person. And I was trying to explain, no, I'm not. Because like I'm an agent in this knowing agent in a system that I know to be harmful actually. And I am using it for my own gain. I'm just trying to do so in a way that's not super harmful. And then that made me think about veganism. And then I brought up this Billie Eilish clip because I thought we could have a fun conversation about it. And we did. I still had fun. But yeah, this was literally because somebody asked me about merch, which I'm still not making. Someone said editing D'Angelo, we're sorry. No, it's okay. I can literally just mark 209 and then go back to wherever I started talking about this and just wholesale remove it. So the way I thought this was the start of the stream. No, absolutely not. Someone said I started biting my hand unconsciously from the stress of this. Don't be stressed. It's okay. Like confrontation is hard and disagreements in real time are not easy, which is why people usually start like they go into name calling. You guys are a bunch of this or you're this, but like I've had a lot of practice doing this. I'm a diffuser. That was my purpose in my house actually. If you ever wonder like why is he so good at like sitting like this under pressure calmly? I was a diffuser. It was my job ever since I was like 6. It probably started sometime before 6, but definitely from 6 onward. I do this all the time. I think things that will cause other people stress or confrontation. I'm very desensitized to this because it was my job as a child. Anyways, somebody said same. Somebody said, oh damn, yeah, no. If fellow diffusers, you know what I mean. This was my job. You may as well have given me a little name tag. D'Angelo, diffuser, family diffuser. I was the only one too. Maybe not the only one, but I sometimes felt like I was the main one at 10, just moderating like, okay, let's talk about this. And that's why I'm not like, this is just a normal day in my house. Anyways, here's a recap. If you like just got here, it's a recap if you just got here. And some of the older siblings be like that. And yeah, I was the oldest sibling. We were talking about the Devil Wears Prada, but not for the last like hour. I'm going to have to cut an entire hour out of the stream. Obviously. But like what we were saying essentially was that this show or this upcoming movie had a character named Jen Chow who was like this sort of nerdy, Asian American character who is like a foil to Anne Hathaway's super cool fashion executive. And essentially there were some people online who were saying, hey, we're kind of tired of seeing these stereotypes, or actually just saying, hey, we find this to be racist. There were also a lot of people who were like, oh, I'm Asian and I didn't see a problem with this, or I don't think that's what they were trying to do. We had a brief conversation about like benevolent racism and how like, yes, the idea here is that this character has a high GPA and is accomplished, and that's not really a bad thing, but it is still possible for stereotypes to be negative even if the stereotype is a good thing. We talked about how a lot of the responses to this so far from people have been, it's not that serious, it's not that deep, you're overthinking it, people see racism even where it doesn't exist. And I was just talking about how that seems to mirror a lot of things that I personally run into when I'm trying to talk about things like this on the internet. I brought up a couple comments that very sadly say that like they feel as though racism against Asian people is not taken as seriously online, or not online, but just period, that racism against Asian people is not taken seriously. And yeah, I think the things in my videos show that as well. And then I showed you a few discussions about this, and I wanted to kind of wrap this up by talking about this last thing that I have right here. Was that a decent a decent recap? If you just got here, does this make sense? Are we good? We good? Reading chat. Someone said this debate united Japan, China, and Korea to agree on something on Twitter. Yeah. And I think the main caveat that I have that I want to say is like, I am not trying to individually signal boost any one opinion as the correct one, whether that is, no, this is an overreaction, it's not racist, or like, yes, it is, even though I totally understand what the people who are calling it racist are saying. I'm just trying to signal boost an example of a bunch of people, marginalized people, saying this is an example of racism and getting shut down, because I just don't think it's right, no matter how much you think they're quote unquote reaching, basically. That's all. I'm just trying to be logically consistent. Someone said, I just got here, I'm kind of lost. Oh, okay, just scroll back 2 minutes. I promise. I just gave like a really long recap. You won't be lost if you go back 2 minutes. You won't be, I swear. All right. Someone said people doing the Balinese trend on TikTok is so weird to me, but people brush it off as funny, like racism to Asians is never taken seriously. Yeah, that's kind of one of the unfortunate themes of this. Anyways, one other thing I want to say, kind of going to this. Actually, this is really funny considering the conversation we just had and the way it just went. My final main point is actually that I think there are certain conversations that break down when you try to have them in sound bites and TikTok-sized clips and comments. I think that just happened to us in real time with veganism. that was actually going to be my next point. I was going to bring up this long form video I was gonna bring up this long form video that I found. I had found this person's TikTok, and even on TikTok, you saw that people were disagreeing with her. But then when you watch this longer video, the point is actually like really clear. It just takes a little longer to explain it, right? And so this is what the YouTuber Hana from Korea said about this. Someone said the way I cackled. Yeah, no, it's actually weird how this is kind of related. Not intentional, but as you can see, it happens no matter who you are. Okay. Where are the captions at? Okay, here we go. So, just dog. I just want you to listen to what she's saying. I just want you to listen to what she's saying.
Think about it. The Devil Wears Prada, this movie is all about high fashion. Yet, only the Asian secretary wears the thick glasses and an ugly plaid shirt. She just reads off her amazing resume. A Yale degree, a 3.86 GPA, and a perfect ACT score. But she has no social skills. She has no style or artistic sense. They painted her as a total nerd. The filmmakers probably thought this was smart. They gave her elite status to say, look, we are not racist. But audiences, especially like me, Asian, we can see right through this. This is just a cheap trick. We call it tokenism.
Dog. When she said we call it tokenism, I was like, I get it. I understood it. I feel like even if that was literally not the intention of the filmmakers, even if it's not seen that way by most of the people getting it, I think this sort of longer 22-minute explanation of tokenism, and she also talks about white supremacy, and she gets really deep into this discussion. This is what people were saying. I don't think they were mad solely because of somebody's name or how she was dressed, or just because they were having a character perform the role of a character that used to be in the previous movie. And I would just really hate. Someone says she ate. I think she ate. I would just really hate for this to be a conversation that gets completely lost due to people's like knee-jerk reactions to a 38-second clip. Even though one could argue that this is the same thing, but I don't feel that it is when it's presented in its full context. Reading chat. Someone said, I think most people brush off the Central Asian stereotype because being labeled smart and a high achiever is something that's desired by society as opposed to South Asian / Indian negative stereotypes. There's literally so much extra like context that other people could bring, but I just wanted to, just as an explainer. And then look, notice this, chat. Notice this. In a video where somebody actually has the chance to explain what she means. Oh, wait, I have to open this in like incognito. That way I can actually see the comments because I have my comments disabled because YouTube comments are wild on the stream. I don't want to get distracted. Anyways, look, now all of a sudden you can see people agreeing Hollywood sucks and has always been racist. Just saying all these things like my South Asian heart feels glad to have people that agree, etc. Thank you for bringing attention to this. It makes sense if you're not trying to like filter an important point through TikTok, but what happens is people get stuck on the individual tiny pieces of a story, and then it just results in a lot of yelling. It's not good. Someone said the racism towards Indian people on Instagram is next level. Yeah, true. Not good. Dude, for real, like I've seen a lot of really bad stuff. Ugh. Racial complexities and stereotypes. Yeah, no. But yeah, no, like this has been a very surface level explanation of what I think people may have been talking about. And then also I have someone says, I think the key difference is the audience doesn't feel criticized. That's a really interesting point, honestly. When people feel like you're putting the onus on them of like, hey, you maybe supporting a movie that maybe did something that was racist. I definitely think this is where people are going to be like, no, I did not do that. I wasn't doing that. but like a longer, more nuanced explanation, even though I don't usually think nuance is necessary when talking about racism, I won't lie. It allows people to more easily see where the onus actually falls, which would obviously be on Hollywood. And I want to bring up right here, this person literally says, I got to hype this video and I'm so glad. So many disappointing comments on the short. I am happy to see that's not the case here. So it just felt like a pretty big communication breakdown to me personally. Someone said this is why we need more creators who reflect those communities in the executive seats. Yeah. And then look, like if you're just wondering, hey, how is this talked about? How is this talked about offline, right? Or I'm sorry, how is this talked about in general pop culture spaces? Is she not exactly Anne Hathaway's character from the first movie? People are entitled to their thoughts and opinions. We read this one. This person doesn't find an issue with that, which is fine. Like performative outrage serves no one. People really find being in a constant state of outrage to be really easy and ample source of entertainment. We know this because even when there's nothing happening, they will actively look for something to be outraged over. Not only does it provide entertainment, expressing outrage. Okay, we know what performative outrage is. That's why when you see people getting pre-outraged at movies that don't even get released to the general public for another few weeks, they're trying to get ahead of the outraged crowd so they can seem like they're on the forefront of being outraged. I know from experience it really sucks to bring up in a point which to you is kind of obvious, like, hey, this is bad, and then just have everyone unanimously decide like you're just performatively being upset about this when nobody was even that mad in the first place. Obviously I pulled these from Reddit as well, so it was over before it started. But yeah, things I would like to reiterate just so we're not lost. The character herself, there obviously could be people like that, but I don't think that completely means there's no room for a conversation about which kind of characters people are allowed to be in the first place. Simultaneously, I do not want to overinflate this problem and make it seem like it's actually literally every single Asian person who exists is mad about this, because that's not true. It's just not. And I don't want to present anybody monolithically. I'm always constantly interested in these conversations and trying to see them from multiple angles. And I would apply this exact same standard no matter what I was talking about. Or at least I hope. One could hope. But anyways, do you have, is there anything anybody wants to say? Actually, like, can I close the floor a little bit? I know I got some people here. You may be Chinese, you may be Asian, you may feel like you may be in a group that is more directly affected by this. Can you just start spitballing some facts and info at me? That's part of the reason I recorded this live. What do you think about this? Did I do well? It's not easy not knowing 100% if you're correct. Usually I know for sure, like obviously this is bad for these exact reasons, and those videos are really easy to make, but I want you to know, or I want you to share your actual opinion right now if you happen to be in these groups. Someone said, D'Angelo, if you have the bandwidth, can we also talk about the model minority myth and how it perpetuates stereotypes? Yeah, we did. We talked a little bit about like benevolent racism and how that's kind of a similar thing or an example of that. Reading chat, someone said, I think you did well. I guess. Yeah, I tried. Someone said from the clip, it seems bad. Yeah. Someone said, Chinese American here. Thank you for bringing your nuance to the topic. Yo, I try. I did try for sure. Lord. Someone says on that, there's the culture of Asian fashion in American fashion I feel will be ignored. Oh, yeah. I can't get into that right now. Because like, again, I don't actually have the stats to back this up, but actually I have been seeing a lot of people say that like right now. Again, you need to correct me if I'm wrong about this. I've literally this is what the internet has told me. Like Chinese culture is like in, and what I mean by that is like people are I'm literally borrowing verbiage from other places. They're in their Chinese era. I know that sounds insane, but this is literally what, like, hold on. why is everyone in their Chinese era? Look at this. Wired. Why everyone is suddenly in a very Chinese time in their lives. We're already getting a lot of discussion about like Asian culture being taken and shown and appreciated, appropriated, question mark. And simultaneously, if everybody wants to do that while simultaneously completely ignoring any and every criticism from some people who actually are Chinese talking about fashion, that doesn't really seem right to me. Someone says I'm in a very Chinese time in my life. Yeah, this is really weird, by the way. This is very odd. Oh no, someone says so strange, I don't like that. Yeah, someone says who was in their Chinese era. This is why you should never use TikTok, because then you can be blissfully unaware of these things happening. But it did happen and it was very weird. Someone said China maxing. Yeah, that's I know that sounds like somebody's memeing, but like that is also a trend. Dude, some Gen Z Americans can't stop China maxing. China maxing can mean drinking hot water instead of iced lattes, wearing house slippers indoors, or embracing traditional Chinese skincare routines. On TikTok and Instagram, users joke that they're entering a very Chinese time in their lives. Okay, so it does seem a little unbalanced that all of this could be happening on TikTok. And again, it is because I literally saw it myself and then I Googled it. And that's when I saw this, while simultaneously, like, there's no discussion to be had about the place of Asian culture and fashion. Chat, that one's pretty weird. Someone said, no, please not look at this. No, like, this is NPR. NPR last month was talking about this. I think, if I'm not mistaken, did Mina Lee put up a video about this as well? Because if she did, you should just watch that. I may not have gotten to this. Yeah. Look, there's a video you can watch by amazing commentary creator Mina about why is everyone Chinese, talking about China maxing. That's a thing. So reading chat. Someone says Asian here who just watched the movie clip. It was so cringe and racist that it low-key felt like I was watching a scene from a 2000s movie. Yeah, my point is you're entitled to that feeling. It's a real feeling. Even like, I think shutting it down as you're overthinking just feels pretty unfair to me, personally. Someone says, do we just not wear house slippers? Yeah, you can certainly wear house slippers. I think the term is maybe don't use the term China maxing because that's literally wild. That is wild, dog. That's wild. But anyways, I see a lot of Mina appreciation in the chat and that makes me happy. That's all I've got. That was my very American, probably like pitifully insufficient look at this, but you know what? I'm trying to educate myself. I feel smarter now than I did before I looked into any of this and more properly equipped to understand what some people may be talking about. But ultimately, obviously, I'm not going to be offended on anybody's behalf. And it's up to each person to decide. That's all I've got to say. That's all I've got to say. I'm going to record an outro, chat, right now. I'm going to record an outro. Everybody say bye to YouTube. Someone said, has any kind of maxing ever been good? No, it's all bad. It's literally all bad. So much water. Someone said the wildest stream so far. Funny thing. This is not even top 5 wildest streams so far. Not even with the veganism discussion or China maxing. All right, everyone say bye. Anyways, thank you for watching. I'm not going to disclaim it because I did my best. Thank you for watching. Hopefully you never have to think about this movie, unless of course you want to ever again. I know I will certainly try not to, but yeah, I actually recorded this live right here on YouTube where I stream quite frequently, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless of course I don't, in which case I'm probably just, I don't know, sleep maxing. But yeah, hopefully I see you in the next stream or the next video. And if not, it doesn't matter at all. Okay, bye. All right, stay here. We're still streaming. Stop recording. Okay. 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 Wowie kazowie, chat. That was a very interesting one. That was a very interesting one. It's moments like this. It's moments like this where I value being 27. A lot of times I hate being 27. But it's days like this where I'm so glad that my brain is done developing, even though it's not. That's actually a myth. It doesn't really stop developing just because you hit like your mid-20s. But I think a younger version of me, he wouldn't have survived this. A younger version of me would not have made it. Someone says, do you make money from streaming? Excuse me. I don't make money while streaming, but I make money from streaming. Like right now, there's no way physically for you to pay me, and I don't run ads during my stream, even though you may get one if you were to join my stream for the first time. But after the stream is done, the video lives on my channel and it can make money that way. And then also I cut it into an actual edited on topic video that does not have hour-long tangents about things, and I make money from that. So oh man, so I love your cackle. Thank you. I like my laugh too. I had to grow to love my laugh though, honestly. I used to be really, you know what's really funny? For like the first 20 years of my life, someone says only leveled up D'Angelo could win this Pokemon battle. I don't even feel like I won. I feel like we just traded cards. That's how I felt about the discussion. For the vast majority of my life, first 20 years, I never thought about my laugh ever. And then like years ago, I got a singular internet comment that said like, his laugh sounds so fake. The fake laughing every minute is so cringe. And this was back when I used to read all of my comments because I was unhinged. And that hurt my feelings really bad because the reason I was actually laughing in my content was because I was enjoying myself. And so ever since then, I have cut out every time I've laughed, probably hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laughs out of my content. All because of one comment, literally one comment. I don't think anybody else even agreed with it. It didn't have any likes. I just got insecure and I was just like, oh, I didn't know my laugh sounds fake. That sucks. And so now I don't laugh at my content. Even though I laugh during my streams because this is just what I do. Partially because I enjoy myself, sometimes because like I will be nervous or whatever. But yeah, like this is why honestly, like the internet just kind of sucks sometimes. Sometimes someone says YouTubers read comments. I did. I will glean from my comments nowadays, but I certainly don't read all of them because I don't think it's a good thing to do. Someone says that makes you so sad. I was sad about it. I had to like fall back in love with my own laugh and be like, I'm not fake laughing. I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing. It's not fake. But yeah, years, hundreds of laughs. I would feel like hatred too. I would get to a part in the audio waveform because you can see this is crazy, chat. Do you know what a waveform is? Here, I'll show you. I'll show you what it is. Waveform. This is a waveform. It's a visual representation of a bit of audio. And it got to the point where I recognized what the waveform for my laugh looks like. I'm being serious. Because I've edited a lot of my own voice. So I would see this waveform in a specific shape and I wouldn't even listen to it. I'd just be like, oh, that's probably a laugh. And what you can do with editing is you just select, cut, or I just cut right here, move the cursor over, hit my keyboard shortcut, and just cut out the laugh. Because I didn't even want to hear it. I just hated it so much. But thankfully, nowadays, I be laughing all over my stream, and we ain't cutting out nothing. We ain't cutting out nothing. Someone said me learning to like my real laugh. Yeah, you got to do it. I think my laugh sounds either like some sort of weird chuckle or just like a straight up cackle. And it's like, you know what? What am I going to do about it? What am I going to do about it? Someone said, this is sad. I mean, I guess it sounds sad when you say that of like, hey, I got one comment on the internet about my laugh and then I just never laughed on the internet again because I didn't want to feel that way. I guess it is sad, but like, try being an influencer for a day. Try being an influencer. Like, it's not that big of a deal. You get used to these things. I was very young when that happened. Truly. Someone says I had to learn to love my laugh too. Yeah, I had to. It took some practice for sure. Someone says that comment was ableist. Okay, but it was though. I wasn't even going to say it, but it actually was. I'm sorry. It actually was ableist. I do genuinely think a large part of the way I laugh has a lot to do with me constantly having to mask in the first place. And most of me sounding like a normal person or explaining things well is me purposely trying to fit myself into a box that is socially acceptable. And God forgive me for not figuring out a way to do that with my laugh as well. So there has to be one thing about me that doesn't come across normally. And that was what somebody zeroed in on and described as not as authentic as the rest of the things I was doing. But like, they didn't know that. They didn't know that they were being ableist. So I didn't respond to that comment in any way, but you are correct. Yes. You're not even like just slightly right. It's not a reach. Like, you know that you're right and you are, but that's okay. That's okay. Someone said normal maxing. Yeah, I'm literally normal maxing. Someone said we're on the boats again. Always the boats analogy, chat. Always the boats analogy. Anyways, am I gonna be okay? I'm literally trying to replay the past like 2 hours in my head, and I'm like, was that fine? Was that fine? I think it was fine. I'll watch back over the footage, and if it's garbage, I won't put it out, but I think it'll be fine. I mean, obviously I'm gonna cut out all the parts where we digressed, but that was so interesting. Someone says, what were your top 5 craziest streams? We can do my top 5 craziest streams. Here, let's do it right now. Number 1, crashing out over that Zionist. I think my number 1 craziest stream thus far was obviously that one time I was trying to talk about Amy Schumer spreading nasty, like anti-Palestinian, just garbage on her Instagram. And then I had a Zionist in my chat telling me, don't use the word genocide to describe what's happening to the people in Palestine because that's dehumanizing to Jewish people. And then I crashed out because I was like, I was dead. Someone said that was that number 1 will probably forever be my number 1 craziest stream. It was so bad. It was so bad. And I'm still glad it happened though. Because if you're going to crash out over anything, it should be that. Probably my second craziest stream would be that Taylor, Frankie, Paul thing. Because I unfortunately, I had to like soft come out as somebody who had experienced domestic violence as a man in order for my point to work. And that was really difficult. That wasn't an easy thing to do, but I'm still very proud of myself for doing that. I do think it was a kind of intense experience and not an easy stream to watch, but I felt like it was deeply important for me. So that probably is at number 2. Someone said, I don't remember that. Yeah, you missed a pretty extreme one. Someone says, what stream was the Zionist one? That was when I was talking about Amy Schumer. It's still up on my channel, by the way. I don't delete my streams. They may get blocked for copyright reasons, but I'll cut out whatever it is that blocked me and then leave it because I don't care. Okay, I'm trying to think about someone says I was here for that one. Yeah. Someone says the finance guy stream has to be here. Well, yeah. Okay. Obviously. Caleb Hammer. I didn't know that was actually going to happen. The stream itself was very basic. It was not that interesting, actually. It was so deeply similar to all of my other content. I literally just picked some guy who happened to be really popular and was like, this is weird because I wanted to. And I didn't know that was going to escalate into lawsuit threats and all of that. It was wild, dude. It was absolutely wild. So yeah, Caleb Hammer, I put that at number 3, not number 1, because the stream itself was fine, but it turned into one of the weirdest, craziest scenarios. Okay. Number 4, I think I'm trying to think of my 4th craziest stream. I know. I think I know what my 4th craziest stream is. Me explaining gender ever. My gender specifically. I think anytime I start talking about gender for too long, I shift into a space that to many people reads as like deeply unhinged, but like I'm literally being serious. Like when I start talking on my stream about how people joke about like, oh, I bet you identify as an attack helicopter. But then like I do not an attack helicopter because I don't want to hurt people, but a helicopter for sure. Maybe a rescue chopper. That's my gender. Or like trying to explain to people that like, you know, like transformers or like airships, mechanical butterflies, like that's how I feel on the inside. Those streams always get weird anytime I'm talking about. Someone said I love those. I love those as well. Dies. I just also think that they get pretty crazy because that's probably when people start losing me the most. And they're like, what is bro talking about? But I'm being serious. Gundam suit. I identify as that. Bro, the helicopter stuff is real for me. That's not by the way, that's not absolutely not every person who says that they're non-binary or trans or whatever. It's still an offensive meme. It's not even funny, but it just is kind of funny that I feel a little bit closer to something that is so deeply mechanical and not traditionally gendered than I do my actual gender. Somebody says everybody asks what gender, why gender, but no one ever asks how is gender. Exactly. And then I think at number 5, I'm probably gonna put angry Katy Perry stan, where for 3 hours I had somebody in my live stream left over from my Katy Perry stream just spewing like hate comments towards me, towards y'all, just saying like I don't know, I was jealous and spreading lies, and it was literally, we banned them on multiple accounts. I had to step in and moderate my own chat because it was literally too much, just for the moderators to catch everything. And that was insane. Someone says that was it, wasn't it? Yeah, that was insane. Literally having one person in my chat for 3 hours just constantly trying to spread hate comments that I'm ignoring when they are literally defending somebody who doesn't deserve it was actually wild. But yeah, I wouldn't even say that these are in a particular order, but yeah, the crash out during the Amy Schumer stream, which is the only time I've crashed out, by the way, that really intense Taylor Frankie Paul stream, which I would do again if I had to, but thankfully never will. Caleb Hammer obviously was a little crazy. Our gender explanations get really fun, and this was just wild. So yeah, maybe this discussion I could put at a tentative number 6, but I still don't really feel like it was crazy. I feel like my tolerance for like disagreement is a lot higher than most people's. Someone says, can we just confirm that was Katy Perry? They were certainly doing their best, Katy Perry. But yeah, anyways, these are probably my top 5. Let's see. Top 5 wildest stream moments. Absolutely, it has been a time, and I've only been live for a few months. Who knows what's next? But one thing that I do think is nice is like it's not like top 5 wildest stream moments, me being, I don't know, bigoted or something, or I got caught doing this, that, the other. So I prefer moments like this where it's not me being the problem, even though I will continue to be the problem, I'm sure. It's a ride, dog. It's a ride. And someone said Katy Perry stands in 2026 is crazy. And then like you also have a lot of other moments. Like that one time I said I was tired of autism. My clavicular, that was pretty good. I got close to crashing out, but it was towards the end of the stream, so I didn't have time to get into it. But we were talking about clavicular, and then he was saying something about being autistic, and I just said, I'm so tired of autism. But that's not what I meant. I was trying to say I'm tired of people trying to conflate bad behavior with neurodivergence, including being autistic. And like this isn't even a thing that I associate with people who are autistic. I associate with people who are bad people trying to blame it on other things. Because he was literally doing like white supremacist stuff in his live stream, and I'm just like, this doesn't have anything to do with being autistic. But it came out wrong, and then I did a ukulele apology. It was pretty good though. So that's probably my number 6, but it was very brief, so it wasn't like the whole stream was crazy. Someone said cancel D'Angelo. You very much should. Someone said as an autistic person that was hilarious. I thought it was pretty funny. Someone said that was genuinely so funny to me. I thought it was funny. Also, chat, I'm going to be honest. Like, let me be real with you. I am also tired of autism generally in my own personal lived experience. Do you know why? Do you know why? Would you like to know why? I'll go ahead and tell you. And we talk about this all the time, but like, no, maybe sometimes I am tired of autism if we're just being honest, because a lot of the things that are on here, the CDC's symptom list of autism spectrum disorder symptoms, a lot of times when you have ADHD, actually, sometimes some of these things also are your thing. Sometimes some of these things are your thing a little bit too. That doesn't mean that I have autism, right? But like, there are definitely some of these symptoms that are more commonly associated with autism than ADHD, and I'm tired of those. I'm tired of all my symptoms. I'm tired. I'm over it. Sorry, I don't know why I reacted that way. But yeah, I can get tired of it in general. I can. Someone said I have ADHD. I believe you, and I know that to be true. Oh my gosh. Someone said there's so much overlap. Yeah, no, that's when I get tired of it. I'm just like, I literally have so much empathy for my autistic peeps, my folks, because I'm just like, oh buddy, I've got my own thing going on here, but sometimes I know how you or I feel as though in my own way I can know how you feel. I really, really do. Someone said don't apologize for being you. You're right, and I ain't sorry. That's just how it goes. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. No crumble cookie. Someone said when did the ADHD turn to depression? You already know. Comorbidity. You should all know about the comorbidity of ADHD and also anxiety and depressive disorders. This is a medical study I pulled from the NIH, and you can find a lot of details about this. I don't think people realize how bad it is, how bad it truly is. Do you have ADHD symptoms and you're also like kind of sad, not sad, but like generally empty to the point of feeling like there's no point, and also maybe like a little bit of anxiety, and do you also feel sometimes like you can fall into like these sort of compulsive spirals and stuff? Chat, this may all be the same thing. This may all be the same thing. Not the same thing, because these are separate things, but they may have a lot more to do with each other than they seem, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Somebody said the CDC is bad now. Are they? I wouldn't be surprised. Why? Tell me why. I don't know. I don't know what exactly you're referring to. I'm not exactly what you're referring to. Someone said tired of being thought of as less than because I'm not neurotypical. Yeah, screw that. You are equal to, baby. Someone says, do you ever feel like a plastic bag? The saddest time, to quote a perfectly good Katy Perry lyric, because sometimes I do feel like a plastic bag, honestly. Reading chat. Someone says the CDC is crumbling because of Trump. Okay, yes. I thought maybe that's what you were referring to. Yes. Unfortunately, chat, due to the influence of many people, including maybe especially this man, yeah, there's been a pretty big erosion of trust in like government health organizations, ones that were actually pretty good though. The CDC was pretty good. Chat, am I misremembering? I feel like when I think back to like COVID times, the CDC was on that. They were on that. Absolutely, if I remember correctly, and maybe I'm wrong. I mostly remember people arguing with the CDC a lot back then and saying, well, no, just because the CDC says we should be wearing masks, we don't wanna. But now, unfortunately, even our health wing have turned into just more MAGA, or in this case, Maha, make America healthy again nonsense. Some said the CDC was good. It very much was fine. I remember quoting it a lot for a lot of things. It's bad. Someone says, I'm not American, and everything I've ever heard from this man has been from The Onion. Yeah, RFK Jr. is bad to the point of not seeming like a real person and almost seeming funny, except it's not funny because the decisions that he makes are directly impacting the health of people here in this country. It's just pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Someone says, I feel bad for the scientists working with them and having their work be untrusted. Same. Absolutely. It was not a good thing that happened. But you know what? I want to give you good info. Good info. I have good news for you. We can't do a stream full of bad news. This is something to celebrate, chat. Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. Okay, why not Instagram? We have a new member, chat. A new member of the bald community has joined us. I'm wearing this hat because I can get kind of cold sometimes. We have a new member of the bald community, and I'm so proud. Instagram user Teddy's Photos, also known as small singer-songwriter Ed Sheeran, is bald now, or at least very, very close-shaven buzz cut. Personally, I think he could go a lot lower. I think he needs to just go all the way. I may be biased, but yeah, Ed Sheeran is bald, and you know what? I think he's fine. Like as a person, he's not like an evil person or like a force for negativity in this world. So this is good. we need more bald representation. I'm proud of Ed Sheeran for joining the community. Somebody said Solange too. Is she? Is this true? Someone said he looks good actually. Oh, well, no, hold on, chat. Here's the thing that people don't realize. Yes. I mean, first of all, hot take. Ed Sheeran has always gotten like unfairly criticized for his looks because he always just has looked fine. But like specifically this bald look really, really works for him. Why? Because it works for almost everyone. Because it works for almost everyone. There are so few people for whom this hairstyle or lack thereof would not actually work. But did somebody say Solange was bald now though? Because if so, oh, whoa, wait, hold on. This is old though. No, this is new. Okay, hold on. So it seems like she may have done this before. It seemed like she may have done this before. Oh, let's go. All right, Solange Knowles, Beyonce's sister, now seems to be very much without hair. This is exciting. Okay, this is great. We're moving in the right direction as a society. Also, this is really cool. The styling that she's done with this. Okay, this is a week ago. All right, hot off the presses, chat. It's funny because Solange has had all kinds of looks, but a lot of them have involved a lot of hair. I mean, she has a whole song that's about her hair. Don't Touch My Hair. It's a really good song. See, we'll take all the people we can get. As long as y'all don't just like totally suck beyond like human understanding. Please go bald. Do it. Do it. I want it to happen. Someone says it looks so good on her. But it does though. But it does. I mean, part of this is like because obviously you look like Solange Knowles, so anything you do was going to look good. But like, it's fitting. I swear to God, this has to be one of the most flattering hairstyles. I swear. If you feel like I'm influencing you and you're like, I'm gonna do it, well, don't blame me if it doesn't work. Don't blame me. Someone said my smooth brain would be too obvious if I went bald. Just let it be, honestly. Someone said she's buzzed a few times over the years. Yeah, I think she's been done this, but like she bald again. Let's go. Let's absolutely go. I'm so excited. Someone says it's so tea. It's very tea. The Boots house down, however that works. Read in chat, read in chat. Someone says everyone should try it once. It's an experience. Yes, exactly. It will grow back. It will absolutely grow back. It truly, truly will. Someone said, I agreed with the vegan take, but now I hear lies. Okay, hold on. So vegan thing aside, you disagree that bald is a almost universally flattering hairstyle? That's fair. That's fair. For a lot of people, hair is a very important part in looks and their idea of how other people look. Like, if you're attracted to people who have hair, that's okay. I know that that's a more common human response. But as a baldy, I stand by that opinion. I really, really do. Someone said, I'm not convinced. Don't shave your head if you were not convinced. It does grow back, but like, hey, if you're rocking hair, rock it, you know? Someone said bald girl summer. For real though, now is the time. It's getting warmer. Dog, just get rid of it. Buzz it off. Also, nobody talks about this, but shaving your head is so fun. I love shaving my head. I have a couple different ways that I do it. I can do it with like just an electric razor, just your boring wall. I put it on the lowest setting and just buzz it all off. But sometimes if I'm feeling very quirky and I'm just like, nah, I want to look severe, what I will do is I will use a double-edged straight razor. Like you can buy them and you screw it in and then it curves or whatever, and you can get like the closest shave of your life. It's so fun, honestly. It's so fun. Someone says I gotta cover the forehead. Hey, hair has utilities and it can cover your forehead if you wanted to. Someone says, I'm almost 50 and I've stopped coloring my hair, growing old, gracefully with a gray in it. I'm so tempted. I mean, you could. Also, shout out to gray hair, on God. Look, literally, I feel... Sorry. This might sound stupid. If you have gray hair and you're going to be like, no, D'Angelo, stop. But like, does anybody else want gray hair? I know that's easy for me to say. Now, when I'm 27, even though, by the way, a lot of people who are 27 do have gray hair, but like low key, I feel like it would be kind of dope to have gray hair, or at least some gray hair. Why? Because I want to dye my hair without bleaching it. I know that is like an insanely superficial reason. And I hope it doesn't sound like I'm mocking the process of aging. I'm not. I know one day I will have gray hair, whether I wanted to or not, and maybe my opinions will change. But I want my hair to go gray because then I could finally start dyeing it like the craziest colors without actually having to bleach it first. Someone said, "Same." I've literally wanted this since I was like 12, by the way. Ever since I found out how bleach works, which, by the way, there is literally, someone said grays are harder to dye. Well, that sucks. Look, I want it to be like whiter, like I want it to be lighter than it is now. Because delusionally, I feel like maybe it might be easier to take weird colors. Granted, it's very possible that I may find, be careful what you wish for. But I've seen some older people who have like, you can tell they just dyed their grays. Like who here has seen just like, why am I stereotyping? But I'm going to be honest. Who's seen like a little old lady with like the craziest purple do? I've literally seen that. I get jealous. Do you understand me? I literally see people's grandmas. They're grandmas. Just grandmas really have a certain vibe about them. Like you don't even have to guess. There's something about being a grandparent. I know that these people are grandmas, usually because they're with their grandkids, and like they'll just dye their whole hair purple, and just straight up. And I'm just like, yeah, how does it feel to be the coolest human being alive? Listen to me, chat. Someone says I want to be that old lady. Someone says I just saw an old lady rock flaming pink hair. Listen to me. I can shove metal through my face and get as many tattoos as I want, but I will never be as cool as some old lady walking past with like just bright red hair, like some Paramore type stuff. That's what I want in my life. So best believe the moment I start going gray, I don't care how much hair is left up there, we finna dye it. Yes, we finna dye it. On God. Someone says you're not wrong. That's cool. I think it's very cool. I really do. Someone says I'm only getting more alts on the outside with age. Let's go. Oh, speaking of being alts, I have this other thing I wanted to tell you, but it's so stupid. It's so stupid and unnecessary, and there's no reason for me to share it, but I just thought it was kind of maybe potentially funny. Let me see if I can find it. Do we know Russell Crowe? I mean, obviously. I mean, maybe you don't, but like, he's an actor. He's a popular dude. Let me see if I can find the tweets. It's about tattoos. Oh God, where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. I feel like we had a bit of an old man yells at cloud moment. This is not pop culture news. This is literally me catching a stray and being mad, even though I'm not really mad, even though I am. Russell Crowe. Someone says the Gladiator. Yeah. Russell Crowe. Buddy, dude, film director, actor. I don't know what possessed him. Maybe some annoyingly alt kid walked past him, but he just tweeted yesterday or the other day, actually. I have no tattoos. Oh no, wait. That's the wrong one. I'm spoiling. Hold on. That was the first one. He tweeted yesterday, I know I'm old and terrible, and I don't mean this applies to the generation of earned tattoos. But these days, all these strange, individual, random kitty paint tattoo images. WTF, says Russell. And I was like, oh, I gotta try to be normal about this one. Have an unbiased opinion. Me? Am I gonna have an unbiased opinion about Russell Crowe's take on the youth of today? we gonna be by, I don't even know which side my neck tat is on. Are you gonna get a balanced and fair reaction from me about this? Probably not, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to be balanced and fair about this. First of all, I don't think that this tweet is that bad. Because he does open it by acknowledging that he is doing the old man yelling at cloud thing. I know I'm old and terrible. And I think the main issue, and also there's nothing wrong with expressing confusion over things that younger people do, right? Someone said you tatted as hell. No, I am though. I am. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking to the internet to express confusion over whatever the heck the youth are doing. And this doesn't read as hateful as me, or hateful to me, hateful as me. I try not to be hateful at all. That being said, if I take a good faith reading of what he is saying, which is essentially, there used to be a generation where people earned their tattoos, but now younger people get random individual and maybe like less professionally applied tattoos, and he doesn't seem to understand what the point is. Okay, so I will say this. Like, regarding the kinds of tattoos that he's talking about, like, let's say military tattoos, probably is an example of like earning them, right? Or like some people get prison tattoos or whatever. Dog, all of these are performative. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's performative now, yes. When younger people do it, I know I'm certainly being performative. I'm just like, oh look, I changed the outside of myself to be closer to how I feel. But like, that's also what people were doing in the military. I don't think there's a meaningful difference between the way people get tattooed now and the way that they did then. In fact, you might get some pretty bad takes from me if I start thinking about military tattoos. You might get a little mad. But in general, I just feel like the only thing that has really changed is honestly the styles more than anything, and the availability. Yes, you do have a lot more people getting them now, which it's fine and cool, fine and dandy, but like, dog, I don't think there was a golden age of tattooing where actually they were all like earned. What you mean? What you mean? Someone said there's fundamentally no difference. There's fundamentally no difference. There's no difference. If I was in the military and I'm like, oh, this is my band of brothers, and you know, I was just like aggressively trying to not appear non-binary, that way I don't get hate crimed or whatever, and I get a tattoo because I want to be seen externally as belonging to part of this social group or whatever, or I'm trying to express something that I think is important to me, I don't really think that that is very different than anyone else doing that for any other possible reason. Like when I also nowadays decide to get tattoos or whatever, because I'm like, yeah, this is really going to change the outside a bit, and I like the way it looks, and maybe I'm signaling things to people, it doesn't really matter. How is that different just because one version of me was in the military and one version of me wasn't? It's so silly. It's so silly. Someone says, he talking about the people who go under anesthesia for tattoos? Oh, okay. I will say this though. That is crazy. Someone says these old men with nude pinup tattoos are cultured. Oh, wait, that too. Dude, a lot of these old military tattoos were like super crude. They were super crude. Look, I know your grandpa might have like a really dope like insignia belonging to his infantry unit QR code or however the military worked in like the 50s. But listen, a lot of old military tattoos are actually just crazy. It's literally just like a bulldog who has like balls for some reason. I know that might sound like, whoa, D'Angelo, why did your mind go there? No, I'm being serious, because one of the things that I have to do, because the tattoos I get are American traditional, meaning a lot of this is actually lifted from this very culture. And so many of these old flash sheets were just like women with their boobies out. Yes, nipples. Or like, I know this sounds crazy, or just like it's a dog, but he has a massive ball sack. I'm being so for real right now. Maybe like 30% of military tattoos might have been cool or interesting, but most of them were just so bad and crude and weird, or like people would just straight up get like cartoon characters put on them, which is I do the same thing, to be clear. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, how in the world would this possibly be more elevated than the things that people are doing now? Someone said they literally traced pinups and ads. Someone says, I'll need a visual example. I can't show visual examples on stream or we will get in trouble, but just know I'm being so for real. Someone said, he's right, they're crazy. Dog, Google old tattoo flash, old military tattoo flash. You will start very quickly seeing it's just a lot of like nudie images and really crude, weird, crass stuff involving animals. Not in a way that's like, you know, I'm like, oh, put them on the watch list, but I'm just like, dude, that's gross. That's so gnarly. What are you doing? So what do you mean? What do you mean? Someone said, how do you carry a conversation? Read the chat. I won't say ADHD, but it doesn't not help. Anyways, and then the other thing I was going to say was like, also, I think like the anesthesia thing, that is worth talking about. Someone says, my friend's dad has that on his arm of a naked woman. A lot of dudes have that on their arm of a naked woman. Actually, I never have said this opinion online. I don't think I should say it because this isn't a good one. Hold on a second. Okay, I got to be really, really careful Googling this. Pinup tattoo. Okay, hold on. You can't see my screen right now, and that's on purpose. Okay. We will do this one because this is very like fine. I'm not going to get in trouble for this. Okay, listen. I think that pinup tattoos, which by the way, I don't have any. I think that pinup tattoos are fine. They're a valid art form and a lot of them are actually really pretty or cute or whatever. Actually, this one's really dope because she has tattoos while having tattoos or while being a tattoo. And that's really great. I still get the ick from men who get pinup tattoos of women with their boobies out. I'm sorry. I do. I absolutely have a double standard. I really do. Because I think a lot of times when I see people, someone said that style's so cute. This is literally so good. And I'm literally assuming this person's gender, but I'm kind of assuming this may be a woman, perhaps, may not be. I think a lot of times when I see pinup tattoos, like maybe drawn by women or applied to women or by them, it's like really like nice. It's like a good art style, and they're supposed to look like nice is the point. But I think when you see a lot of pinup tattoos on dudes, a lot of times it's literally I'm sorry, I literally assume the position. You have like the craziest like back broke posture, and like the gaze is just completely different, dog. It's completely different. I could probably show you like 5, 10, or 20 of these without getting in trouble. But let me pull up one dude's weird pinup tattoo. It's going to get this entire stream taken down. And the anatomy is usually terrible. It's terrible. Someone said agreed. It's like male gaze versus female gaze of undressed women in film. That's how I feel. I look at these like pinup tats and I'm just like, as a man, I feel that if I had a tattoo of a naked woman with very questionable anatomy, that was also just like super crazy sexualized, and someone asked me to explain it without sounding weird, I may struggle. And that is why someone said licking lollipops. Oh God, there's a lot of lollipops, a lot of innuendo, a lot of suggestive stuff. So as much as I love me some old school trad, I skip the pinups for me. I skip them. I admire them from a distance. Let me see if I can find like a really fun one as well. Blah 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 blah. No, I don't think I can, chat. They get so racy so quickly. But yeah, shout out the cowgirl one. That was very cute. It was very cute. Someone said it's very weird. That being said, though, I also saw somebody say pinup tats are for the queers. I agree with that, though. Y'all want to see my double standard in action? I agree. I think like if you have like a crazy like, okay. I realize now that we're getting into some potentially NSFW talk here. But that's just kind of how tattoos work, right? For example, one person I've been tattooed by has a very visible, not visible, but like if he were to display it, visible pinup, and like it's like super gay and explicit. It's actually like maybe not the kind of thing you can go to the beach with, right? I don't really think that's weird. I don't really. He got some dudes on there. Someone said, "Let me see." Oh, baby, no, not on this stream. To me, that doesn't really read as weird at all. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you why. But if it was the same thing, and it was just like, yeah, look what I got prominently displayed on me, boobs out, and I'm just like, but why? What does it mean to you? I know what his like wildly NSFW gay pinup means to him, trust. But like, it just gets so weird. Someone said, "Let me take a peek." You can't. There's no way I could even describe this without sounding bad. Someone says a woman, especially WOW, having a pinup tat can be very different than a man for obvious reasons. Yeah, I agree. I think obviously the obvious reason of like, yeah, women, heck yeah, put that one on there might be a little different than somebody saying, yeah, heck yeah, women, put that one on there. Like it's, dog, I swear to God, you can just take a look at each individual tat and tell what somebody's headspace was. It's so funny. It's so funny. Someone says, I thought it didn't matter what the tattoos meant. Oh, but it can. Like, okay, I'm gonna give you a very extreme example. Obviously, if you're getting hateful stuff tattooed on you, that's an example where, okay, I set down my general applicable thing of like, oh, tattoos don't matter, or it doesn't matter like what they depict. Okay, it does if it's hateful. I think similarly, tattoos can still often depict things that are honestly like misogynist and very male gazing. I know this to be true being in the art community, growing up on like Marvel Comics and DC Comics, and then eventually like falling out of love with that, and then falling in love with manga, which was not better. Like a lot of artwork is actually just dog. It's crazy levels of objectification. It's literally crazy. It's literally crazy. Comic books, crazy. I mean, manga is also comic books. Manga, crazy. Anime, crazy. You have all these dudes just using artwork as an excuse to objectify. Someone says, were they like Time of Finland style images? Yes, you're onto something. That's essentially what his pinup was. And so I feel like it is very possible for a tattoo, without necessarily being hateful, to still totally play into things that may still be pretty bad, like objectification. Someone says still objectifying women. Yeah, no, like it can be pretty bad. Oh no. Someone said One Piece. Yeah. Oh no. So that's what I mean when I say there are still some forms of tattoo where I am gonna look and like, dog, I gotta judge. I have no choice but to judge. This is too weird. It's too weird. Someone says it'd be objectification plus misogyny. Yeah. Somebody said, what do we think about women sexualizing women? Is it empowerment or furthering sexist views? As a man, I don't think about that at all. That's my answer. I'll tell you right now, it's not the same thing. I know it's not the same thing. Me drawing on an existing and lopsided power structure to objectify people is absolutely not the same thing as like women exploring their own sexuality. I'm not saying you saying it was the same thing, but like also as a man, I literally have no stake or opinion or contribution to this whatsoever. None. Not even. Someone said good answer. I think it's the best answer I can have. I'm a dude. Women can and should do whatever they want to do, but I'm gonna like freak out at my other dudes of like, dog, what is that? What is that tattoo? Someone said, D'Angelo, how do I stop hating men? Fair, you don't have to. I'm not saying this as a pick me. Like, you know what I often think of? I think of this a lot, honestly. I mean, hate's a really strong word, but I still know what you mean. I think about the 4B movement. It's these women in Korea. I think about them every day. Not every day, but I think about them a lot. And they were like, you know what? This patriarchy stuff is not for us. And so we're going to do the 4B movement, which means they say no sex with men, no giving birth, no dating men, and no marriage. Honestly, go off. Like, I'm being so for real right now. I feel like it's a perfectly valid response to just look at the way things are and just be like, I don't want to engage with this at all. I'm not gonna lie, I do that. Not with like, I guess any one specific group of people, but like, say conservatives. I just don't interact with them. I'm not gonna be trying to explain anything to you. I don't care anymore. I don't operate in those spaces. I just live a life where I never have to interact with these people ever again, and then I don't have to worry about weird racist stuff, except yes I do, because it exists in a bunch of other places, and I feel so much happier never interacting with people like this. And so I feel like if that is your prerogative as a woman, you're just like, dog, I am over it. That's okay. Someone says the 4B was really turf though. Yeah, no, that being said, I'm still not hyping this specific thing up though, because nothing is ever that simple. And yes, a lot of these movements do still wind up falling into other harmful traps and ideologies. So I'm only talking about the core tenets, honestly. But you know what's really funny though? Like, you would easily get people saying essentially that like I'm having some sort of double standard because you also have men going their own way, which sounds like the same thing. It says right here, men going their own way is an anti-feminist, misogynistic, mostly online community that espouses male separatism from what they see as a gynocentric society that has been corrupted by feminism. So where do we go from here, chat? If you have some people who are women maybe saying like, yo, let's back up a little bit off of this male-centric society, just a little bit. Someone said 4B bioessentialism is not good. Yeah, no, major caveat. But there's still people, you can espouse the same views without actually being part of that political group. And you also have a bunch of men saying, no, actually society is centered around women, so we're going to go our own way. I think that these men would probably demand that I acknowledge these two things as being separate. But oh no. No. Don't get me started. Chat, this is where you get into the opinions that like really, really piss people off. I feel the same way about like certain other aspects of my identity. Honestly, like, chat, I'm gonna say literally the most inflammatory thing I've ever said online. I'm gonna say the most inflammatory thing I've ever said online. If like a black person tells me I'm inherently distrustful of white people until proven otherwise, I don't think that's the same thing as a white person in this country saying I'm inherently distrustful of black people until proven otherwise. It's not that I don't think it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. It is possible actually to be racist against white people. It's not possible to do so using institutional means. There's no framework for anti-whiteness that is built into society, but it's definitely not racist to want to chill out a little bit, slow down a little bit, and be critical of people who hold certain forms of power, right? Because obviously, if somebody said to me, yeah, I pump the brakes a little bit, I don't go in assuming every single time that we're going to be dealing with something good, because I don't know. I have no way of knowing. Well, the people they're talking about do possess something that they themselves don't, which would be access to white supremacy and the power that it can inflict upon other people. It's definitely not the same thing as some other person saying, well, actually, we don't trust black people or whatever. Like, dog, that's not the same thing. And that's literally like, being black does not equal insert any other kinds of group. These are all separate things, but similarly, I feel the same way where it's like this like anti or like distrust, I guess, of men or whatever. Like, obviously you are distrusting the thing that I have, which would be what? Male privilege and access to the patriarchy. Like, it's not personal. I don't think it's a personal thing. I think that when men, quote unquote, go their own way, they go their own way. It's personal. It's literally because you actually hate women. Probably because some of them did something to you that you perceived as unfair. And so now all of a sudden this is everybody's fault. But that's really not the same thing as saying like patriarchy is literally just it's destructive. It's destructive. And I don't necessarily, need to like I don't have a desire to interact with this more than I need to. It's just not the same thing. So maybe that's, if I could just give you some of that, I will follow this up by saying like it literally has nothing to do with like individual people. I think like this is gonna sound crazy. But like individual, say, white people didn't give themselves like white privilege. So I got my friend, we'll just make up a friend, John. John is not the one who decided that actually society should be unbalanced. And John would, have access to things that I don't need to sit here unless we all know the answers. However, that's where my initial distrust comes in. John does have that. I don't know what's going to happen. What does John do with that? That's the answer. And you have two options. You find out or you don't. not finding out is a valid answer. I swear to you, don't let anybody gaslight you into believing that you're the real racist, or you're what is it when you hate men, like a misandrist or whatever, or like you hate straight people, or like whatever, when you were like trying to create spaces where you don't always have to figure out who was doing what to whom. Like, dog, it's not the same thing. You shouldn't hate John because of who he is. I would never do that to an individual person. That's just really not the same thing as being critical of where power may unfairly be coming for you. Someone said, misandry equals men's feelings getting hurt. Someone says having double standards like this is okay because society is full of double standards. I also don't believe it's a double standard. This is the part where you're really gonna have people being like, okay, now come on, D'Enzo. I don't believe it's a double standard. I literally believe that if anybody had power that was potentially destructive, I would be critical and untrustworthy of it. I would be slow and I would just get put on defense. And it's honestly literally not because of like, it's because I have to. That's the thing. It's like I literally have to. I have to move slowly. I can't just assume goodwill in every space. I can't assume that there's space for me. It doesn't end well. Actually, it can end quite dramatically, quite darkly. And I can't afford to find that out. So like, I think a double standard would be like, it's okay to be prejudiced against some people, but not other people. But I don't think it's ever really a double standard to be like, you should be critical and careful when it comes to like really massive and dangerous power structures that are just lurking around and individual people have access to. Dog, you got to be careful. You got to be. Someone said actual misandry is just hating men. Being critical of them and careful is not misandry. Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I guess maybe I have seen like actual misandry, kind of. Maybe. I don't know. Have I ever really seen? I guess I have. I've seen it. I know I've seen it like on Twitter and stuff like that. I feel myself getting further and further into like dangerous territory with this. So maybe I'll reel it back a little bit. Someone said it's that persecution complex. Yeah, no, very much like I'll reel it back. I think I made my point. Y'all understand what I mean here. It's never usually the same thing. And a lot of times things that are actual double standards are not seen as double standards. And things that are not double standards are seen. Someone says, I've definitely been called misandrist, but I try not to be. I think the thing that people don't seem to understand is reacting with like anger, but without harm isn't bad. I don't think that's what people seem to understand. That's something I think about a lot, getting commonly labeled like an angry black person. He's mad about everything. He's offended. He's crashing out, when I very rarely am. But like sometimes I do get really upset over things. I get mad. And as long as I'm not reacting in a way that's actually causing harm, I'm completely entitled to that. So if I have a really, really angry take on something that I feel like is oppressing me, like white supremacy, I'm totally entitled to that. If you have a really, really deeply angry take on men and the things that they do, and you're not expressing that in a way that's like harming people, which is actually not very easy to do in the first place, there's nothing wrong with that. I think like in general, there's so much tone policing going online where it's like, yes, we're going to do all these terrible things, but like also you can't be too mad about it. And you can't even react and point out the unfairness of it. You can't even say this made you feel a certain way. Like you can't do it. You also have to be nice while all of these things are happening. You don't have to do that. No, you don't. You can say whatever you want, and you can feel whatever you actually feel when it comes to being faced with like violent oppression. That's what I believe. I just don't think you should react in turn with things that are harmful, which would obviously be going on to oppress other people verbally, etc. But like, I don't know. I just people really got to catch up with that one for me. Reading chat. Someone said AFAB person expressing frustration is called man-hating, and it's so unhelpful. Yeah, I see some people in my chat who are literally just like fine, I'm a misandrist. And you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do in this world. It's kind of like when people say like essentially like I'm woke in SJW, and I'm like, okay, well then I guess that's what I was. I am not like by any real meaning of the word, but if this is what we've decided that these words mean, then you know what? We on some woke and SJW stuff. If you decided that I'm a reverse racist, oh no. Well, it sounds like the decision was made. And that's how I feel about this man hate. So, okay, if society decides that you being angry is like you hate men, well, you know what? Maybe you just gotta be like, okay, and no, just kidding. Don't do it. That's bad. Don't hate men. And don't say anything bad about men, or I'm gonna get really offended. I really am. Someone says when people ask me what my favorite hobby is, I say misandry. That's because the thing is like the great like the big lie is like it's not possible. You can't do it. that's like when I'm going back to the like you can't be racist thing. Like when people talk about like you can't be racist against white people. Okay, depending on the definition of the word, yes, obviously you can. But if you're literally talking about what is commonly referred to as the institutional oppression through the systems that exist, I can't do that. I have no ability to do that to another person who is white. As a black I can't do it. How am I going to do it? Is there a wiki how on how to actually oppress white people? Is there an instruction manual? I don't think there is. Wiki how. I'm looking it up right now. I want to know. Oh, it's not here. WikiHow doesn't have any clear instructions for how I would go about actually like wielding institutional racism against white people. Someone said we can make one. We can make one. And I feel the same way when it's like things that are considered to be like, you know, man hate or whatever, like, or I guess unfair or oppressing men, like, but you can't do that. It's not real. It doesn't exist within this framework. I'm so dead. Someone said not because why do some white people act like there is? Y'all literally like, what are you referring to? What are you referring to? Corner any person who is part of a powerful class and ask them to explain it. Like that's the thing. Like me being me, I may be part of a bunch of minority groups, but I still hold power, unfortunately. Like I do. It's unbalanced. I'm a man, clearly. If you pressed me on how you could possibly go about oppressing me as maybe someone who's not a man, I would be like, I don't know. And when you get the answers from dudes, it's actually usually really weird stuff that a lot of times it low-key boils down to like we're being oppressed because women are not being submissive. I think we should just be honest about it. That's pretty much the basis of what men say is oppression against them is actually just like, it's not a real thing. You're literally only talking about other people having power. It's bad, dog. It's pretty bad. Someone says, I hate this world. Someone says, I hate how society works and I hate how people work. Yeah. And then it's like, where do you go from there? You know what I mean? It's literally just like, where do you go from there? Because you are right. That's a valid thing. I think on some level, you should kind of hate the way these things are set up. But then like all you can really do is try to make a space where people don't feel this way. Try to be a person that doesn't make everybody else feel this way, which is a little bit unfair, kind of. Because I think if everybody was just not this way, none of us would have to try so hard. But it is what it is. Some people in privileged classes not understanding lived experiences. Yeah, no, it can be weird. It can be odd. Oh no. Reading chat. Someone says you find your people and stay away from people who think like that to the best of your ability. Someone said a girl laughed at me once. Yeah, that was the most depression I ever experienced, was when some girl was mean to me at some point and I didn't like how it made me feel. Reading chat. Someone says, men think all man hating is about situationships. Like, no, you don't take me seriously anytime. Yeah, dog, it's not the same thing. Someone said, a woman told me no. Yeah, it's just, and like, I know I do talk about it a lot, but I think it overlaps with a lot of the things I say or like get into. I know with commentary specifically, it's completely inextricable. You can't run. You honestly can't run like a pop culture commentary channel without frequently talking about misogyny. You can't do it. Or if you do it, it's literally because like you got to be ignoring massive swaths of the story. I think just celebrity culture is like everything wrong with the world, sometimes intensified. And so you get really intense versions of double standards and misogyny is not the other. So like, it's just telling the full story. I feel the same way about racism. I really don't think you can do pop culture without actually getting into like nuanced discussions about racism. Otherwise, you're going to be missing like half of the story, especially nowadays too. I also don't really think that you can do pop culture discussion without getting into like global events. I did used to think that, and I absolutely ran my channel that way because the separation was easier to maintain. But like nowadays, it's also deeply connected when people are like loudly telling you who they are and what they think about people who live elsewhere and how they're going to downplay things that are happening to other people. So it's like none of this is even woke in the first place. All of this is literally just like ice cold takes and trying to do your basic job. Do your actual basic job. Someone said, have y'all seen the YouTube video talking about the slopification of commentary videos? Okay, that's the last thing I'll talk about. That's the last thing I'll talk about. YouTube commentary is bad. Okay, great. I think, where is it? Maybe this one. This was an interesting video, which I think this person uploaded once and then had to take down or something because they were like pressured to, maybe by somebody who was in it, and then they put it back up. But it's a 20-minute explanation that seemingly has a lot of work put into it. I won't lie, I didn't watch the full video, but I was curious about what it said. And I believe that this person's main take essentially was like a lack of effort. Am I wrong about this? Correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to like misrepresent a smaller creator at all. But I think this video was about sort of the repetitive nature and lack of effort in commentary and how it's not necessarily conducive to like actual productive conversations about things, unless I'm mistaken. So before I give my opinion on this, can you tell me if I'm right about that? I need to know. That way I'm not just literally fighting clouds, even though I'm not fighting, because I don't really disagree. I don't really disagree. Yeah, has anyone here watched that and can confirm that that's what the video was about? I gotta drink some water. Some of my algorithm served me this right before the stream. Convenient, very convenient. Never mind. That's all the water I have. Somebody's talking about Klay Thompson. Ugh, I saw that. That was no good. Did my chat freeze? I feel like chat is stuck a little bit. Chat, are you there? My chat's not moving. I'm scared. I'm gonna try this one last time. Okay, you're back. I think you're back. You're back. Okay, chat. I asked a question, but I couldn't see the answer. I didn't see the answer to it. Let me try to pull. Okay, everything's moving again. Okay, thank God. Everything is moving again. Okay, hold on, chat. I'm trying to figure out where my other tab for this is. I don't know where it went. Hold on, chat. Okay, this sucks. I'm gonna close this and then reopen it and hope that I can actually see what everybody is saying. Why does it say I'm not live? Chat, am I live? Am I? Oh, okay, I am. I got scared. Okay. Take two. I think it's actually working. Sorry, that was so weird. Anyways, so people are saying that the video was mostly about commentary channels talked about the same things and say the same points, so they bring nothing new to the conversation, and nobody says their real opinion. Someone says, I'd say it was about the repetitive nature of commentary videos without ever adding more to the conversation. Also, having people report on the same drama over and over puts more eyes on it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate this. Consuming slop through commentary is still consuming slop. Okay, great. Scrolling up a little bit to get more. One example she gave was commentary creators criticizing AI by reacting to the AI fruit. Okay, there we go. I think I have a better understanding of what this is about. Doothy's video was about lack of effort. Everyone repeats the same points. When they make a mildly interesting take, they never expand on it, instead using irony as humor. Okay. Negativity sprang from commentary channels, which I think is so true. A lot spread more negativity than positivity. Okay. Great. She right. Actually, I don't know what this person's pronouns are. But they right. everything I saw just now that people said that is true about, or everything I saw that people were saying this video is about, is definitely true. I think it would be absolutely wild for me as a commentary creator to be like, no, these aren't real complaints. I commonly think this. Also, I oftentimes do play into this, unfortunately, even though I try not to. I think an example I can give, the AI fruit thing, I didn't talk about it because I myself did think to myself, like, why are we just like platforming a bunch of AI generated TikToks? Me telling you all about this isn't making any sort of point. Or like another example would be Tyler Catastrophe, another human I didn't speak about because I was just like, I don't really know what the reason would be. And I see this as doing more harm than good. Personally, I don't get it. Someone said using AI to be like Gen AI is bad, so annoying. I did that at one point a while ago, like a couple of years ago, back when I was posting. I did at one point use one of those AI tools, and I was just like, this is bad. But now I've even shifted my thinking where I wouldn't do that today. I don't want to engage with this stuff. But yeah, no, there's a pretty dark cloud hanging over commentary right now where it's like, a lot of it is very repetitive, and I don't think there's much purpose in a commentary video if you're not also adding your opinion to it. And I think that sometimes maybe if you don't have a valid opinion to add, maybe we didn't need the video. Maybe we didn't need the video. But yeah, I certainly hope that she's not, or this person, I certainly hope is not getting any sort of like hate over what is a long overdue conversation about commentary. Let me see. I have to open it in incognito so I can actually see like the comments. They criticize people for a living. They should be able to take it too. We do not need 50 of the same videos on Tyler Catastrophe. Don't forget when they almost accidentally make an interesting point, but then say that's a topic for a separate video. Eddie Burback and Drew Gooden have been making good content. I moved away from others. Ironic that creators that criticize others on the channels are offended when they themselves are the ones criticized. That's so funny. I can't be the only person who saw like 20 plus AI fruit commentary videos and thought, who cares about this, and never watched any of them. Probably the most charitable criticism I've ever seen. What are they upset about? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what there is to be offended by. It's a pretty accurate take, clearly, by somebody who does know what they're talking about. It's very interesting. Reading chat. Someone said culturally commentary YouTubers are the modern versions of influencers. We just are influencers. There's no other way about it. I know we used to talk about influencers separately, of like, I'm a commentary channel and I'm talking about an influencer, but this is just influencer stuff for real. Reading chat. Someone said cold take. Yeah, no, it's a good video, clearly, because people feel it's nice to have a place to actually discuss it online. Like, if you tried to have that conversation in my comment section, it probably wouldn't go well. Because then people would be like, no, I like this content. But like, similarly, chat, that is also low-key why I do... somebody's mentioning a channel that they used to watch and saying, but then they get really repetitive. Dude, I try really hard to like cut out the repetitive stuff in my content, because like There's just no reason. And I think because of that, my videos have been really short. Well, 20 minutes isn't really that short, but they've all been like 20 to 25-ish minutes. And that's just because I don't want them to be repetitive. I don't want it to be completely pointless. But then that's also why I post here on my third channel too. Because I do want to kind of save commentary with a point for like my other stuff. Someone said, what video are we talking about? It was a video called Commentary is Actually Bad or something by Doothy, in which this person was making a bunch of pretty valid points about the way commentary has gone. You know what I think the issue is too as well? Someone said you do a great job, Daniel. I'm trying. I think a lot of people do a great job, even though a lot of people are also not doing a great job. But you know what I think one of the major issues is too? There are just too many commentary channels. There are literally too many commentary channels. I know that's crazy for me to say, and I hope it doesn't sound like I'm trying to like pull the ladder up, you know. For context, like I first blew up in the commentary sense for the first time in like 2019, 2020. It was either 2019 or 2020. Wait, I don't know when it was. Actually, hold on. I can tell you the exact time, the exact date that I blew up. John. It was right here. It was in 2019. 2019. August 11th, 2019, 6 years ago, going on 7 years ago, was the first time I got 1 million views on a commentary video. And in that 7 years, I have watched the genre turn from like people getting into commentary because they want to make a point. This is why I was doing commentary. To people getting into commentary because it's a job, which is fine. It is a job. I don't actually think that it's a less than reason. If you're doing YouTube solely because you can think of like 50 other channels that are probably getting a bag just by like reacting to a bunch of things in commentary format. But I honestly do not believe that in 2019, most commentary videos were just because everybody wanted to do commentary. And so because of that, I feel like maybe they were a little more interesting perhaps, or it just felt like there was less repetition because you weren't quite literally getting like 30 plus videos for every single topic. I think that's kind of the main thing. I don't know. That's how I feel mostly about like, there's just a lot of really mid-sized commentary channels that have like a few 100,000 subscribers, and you might watch this one video and then get recommended your comment section or your recommendations is like 5 other channels who also are mid-sized commentary creators with a few 100,000 subscribers talking about the same thing. And it's not really possible for every single person to have a unique take on this. And there are also definitely some people who they don't have takes at all. Let's not name names. Literally, I'm not interested in the names. It's actually a lot of people. They literally do not have like a defining framework through which they analyze the content they're talking about. It is almost like borderline reactionary content, which is crazy for me to say when I upload 12 times a month reacting to things. But I do think I usually try to slot things into my general larger ideas about the internet and the way we talk to each other and bigotry and things like this. And so commentary is in a really weird spot, and nobody should catch any flack for saying that. It's true. It's very true. Someone says, I think it depends on the commentary topics. I do like long crime commentary. There are definitely times when you would not necessarily need opinions in a video, right? But I think I'm mostly talking about the kind of content that I myself make. Someone says they don't even have a thesis. Yeah, and I myself oftentimes really don't on this channel either. But again, like, you know, chat, I will be honest with you. I have run into some growing pains where sometimes I don't exactly know how to explain to people like what the purpose of my content is. I think I've finally settled into a space where it's okay now and people understand. But like initially when I started here on this channel, just going to my main YouTube or whatever, because I'm kind of known for like a 90-minute video, a 2.5-hour video, a 70-minute video, 40-minute video, whatever. I think that when people see my face pop up initially in the beginning, they thought maybe that I thought that I was doing the same thing in these videos here that I was doing in these videos. But the truth of the matter is, when I take the Spy Kids franchise and I'm like, I'm going to break this down for 90 minutes with dramatic music and do like a whole reaction type thing, it is honestly because I do literally believe that that is content like worth your time, I guess. You should watch it. Everybody should watch. Someone said, I love those. Yeah, I'm working on one now, tentatively. Everybody should watch those videos. I'm going to be honest. If you ever see me post a video essay and it's longer than 45 minutes, you better click into it because it's not a waste of time. It's actually a great video. That being said, I think we're running into an issue with polysemy here, where words mean multiple things. Commentary means video essay, but it also means what I'm doing right now, which is literally just like drama commentary / pop culture commentary / you could even consider reaction content, even though I think I'm putting in maybe a little bit more work than the reaction channel. This is also commentary. And so I think sometimes when you get people who want video essays and they instead click into a video like this, and it's literally just me rambling about things vaguely that don't matter, that no one will remember after the video's over, that's when you get hit with like the slop allegations. And it's like, maybe, but I didn't think that what I was doing was that serious, though. I wasn't trying to make slop because I hate, like my audience or whatever. I moved it. I moved it. Like I had like 100+ videos that I could have put here if I wanted, but for the past 2 years, I've purposely not been doing it there because I just don't want to piss people off. I feel like my content is very much a choice. You can watch it if you want or put it on in the background. But yeah, no, like I find the slop discourse to be very interesting. Oh, I knocked my camera. As somebody who makes things that could be called slop and who makes things that should rightfully be considered to be honestly the top of the commentary game, humility, where I'll pick up some humility when I start making bad videos. Oh, I don't do that. I'm sorry. My video essays are so good. I'm sorry, dog. I break things down. I strip them down. I still do maintain. I know I always come back to the Caroline Calloway video. Hey, I recently went back through the video just to see, was it really as good as I remembered? Yes. Yes, it was as good as I remembered. So as somebody who makes things that have gotten labeled slop and also some of the coolest and best and most fun commentary videos on the platform, I think it's all important. I think it's all important. I think there's space on this platform for everything. You shouldn't try to put them in the same place or people are going to get a little antsy, but as long as you tell people what they're going to get up front, they'll be fine. That's also why I don't refer to this content as video essays. It's also why I don't put music behind it. I don't edit it. I don't give super crazy thumbnails or titles or try to persuade you into thinking it's a deep dive breakdown when I'm mostly just making quick points, 3 a week. Reading chat. Someone says it's okay to make slop low-key. It's easy for watching for meals. Yeah, no, I think in my mind, I apply slop wholeheartedly to AI. I'm sorry. I honestly, it doesn't matter how low effort or high effort it was if it was made by a human. I don't use the slop moniker. I solely personally reserve that for things that people just typed up, because that is literally just nothing. You're literally posting MP4 files of nothing. It's with scripts of the nothing, reading a nothing for nothing minutes and running entire nothing channels. So that's the slop, honestly. Someone said not all bad videos are slop. Yeah. Someone said AI equals slop. That's me. Someone said, I don't think your videos could be classified as slop. Well, it's not going to stop people. This is for some people a drama slop channel. But I also just don't like the word, because it's like, there could have been a more interesting word for that for sure. I like to call this a crumbs channel. I don't give you slop. I serve crumbs. Why? Because I already know I could provide the full course meal if I had to. 7 courses, 9 courses, dessert, paired with the finest wine. I don't think I always need to give you a meal, because that might just be too good. So I think this is my crumbs channel, where I frequently just give you crumbs. I'm just like, here, I'm not gonna really put that much effort into this, because why do I want to spend weeks of my life thinking about Katy Perry? Someone says snack zone. Exactly. These are snacks. Someone said crumbs are served and I eat it every time like it's my last meal. Exactly. Anyways, chat, that's all though. But yeah, no hate to the idea that commentary is in a weird place. I agree. And no more Tyler Catastrophe videos. If anybody's watching this and you make commentary and you're working on the Tyler Catastrophe video, delete it. We don't need it. Bye, everybody. Goodbye. Someone says crumbs because you already ate. Exactly. All right. Goodbye.